Everybody, we're going to start in about 2 minutes. This is your 2-minute warning, so grab some refreshments and coffee and please take your seats. Thank you. that's part of the reason I'm here. But it really, in all seriousness, it's an honor to stand here at Prosper in a country and a city that have really become ground zero for some of the most consequential drug debates of our time. And I think these drug debates really do matter, not just in the abstract, but they matter for families. They matter for my daughter going to school in West Van as we lived in Yaletown. They matter for my 97-year-old grandmother-in-law in Kerrisdale, who's been here for 55 years. They matter for my, who's looking down on us right now, my former 101-year-old grandfather-in-law, who just passed, actually under the care even of some of the wonderful doctors in this room who were so caring and incredible during that family time for us. This area, this land really means a lot to us. And it's not just to us, it's to all of you. It's your families, it's neighborhoods, it's people fighting for their lives, walking to work, running their small business, frontline workers who are in this room today. You know who you are. Most of you are frontline workers, and really recovery champions as well. And I think that's why we're here today, to really kind of regain some sanity and control over our national and provincial drug policies, which I think have in some ways have drifted away over the last 30 years from sort of the cornerstone of good drug policy, which is prevention and recovery, and really towards some other more dangerous policy experiences that we've had. As some of you know, I started my career in the Clinton White House and left for Oxford, then came back a year later. I was a glutton for punishment, I guess, wanted to come back to government. Left again to go back to Oxford for my DPhil in social policy, in drug policy, comparing UK, Canadian, and American drug policy. And then I returned to the U.S. Before moving here to help write President Obama's national drug control strategy. I've been very lucky to also advise provincial, municipal, and federal governments here in Canada. And really, not that long ago, but now if you think about the political environment, and I have to say in both countries, unfortunately, regrettably, the idea that you could be nonpartisan or tripartisan or bipartisan, whatever you want to say, was not a shocking thing. And I think today it's somewhat would be considered a plot for a Netflix political thriller of some kind for people that actually worked on both sides of the aisle, both in Washington, but also here. But I think that's important. I think it is important to understand that good drug policy is not partisan or political, and that's why Prosper is a charity set up in Canada. I'm sorry for the USD charges. We're getting that fixed. But we're really getting it fixed because we've been running on basically zero budget. So you'll see donation pledge cards there if you're moved to our Canadian bank account. We would be very, very grateful. Just to talk policy for a minute, and then I want to turn it over to our to Vancouver Mayor, who we're so lucky that he's joining us. I think we have to really understand that in so many ways, BC is in crisis. You all don't need a statistic to prove it, but we all saw what happened 10 days ago, which was the 54 overdose calls being responded to by the fire rescue services, which is the highest number ever recorded. And it's interesting because it's coming at a time where we're being told things maybe have gotten better in statistics, but we're actually seeing, that incredible statistic. We think about 54 people in one day needing someone to bring them back to life. Now, if you think about also how those statistics run, we know that about 15 to 20% of everybody reversed with naloxone today will not be alive in a year. So that 15 to 20% alive today from naloxone will not be revived in a year, and that the average number of resuscitations is 12 to 15 per year per person. Now, if that's our only strategy that we can agree on, and I hope it's not, that's like a strategy of making sure we have defibrillators in every McDonald's just in case someone has heart disease, but not talking about how to prevent people from eating McDonald's in the first place. Defibrillators are not going to solve heart disease, and simply keeping people alive, which we have to do. Of course we have to do. We have a moral imperative to do it. We must do it. But that's not going to get us out of what's happening. And so I think we can, when you look at both countries, actually, the US and Canada, we see that we're losing more people to drugs every year than car crashes, suicides, and homicides combined. And I think it's very clear that the experiment of normalizing drug use has failed, and we really want to say today that it is over, and we want to usher in a new era. We also want to usher in something that, without going to this false dichotomy of incarceration and enforcement-only war on drugs on one hand, and legalization and the commercialization of dangerous drugs on the other hand. This is a false dichotomy that we've often been caught in, and it's actually stifled us from actually making progress. I think we did a new path. A new path means sensible criminal justice reform that absolutely prioritizes public safety and public health. These two things are not in conflict. We can prioritize treatment with harm reduction. We can prioritize recovery with accountability, not revolving door courts or hands-off policies that abandon people to their addiction, because that's not compassionate. And I think we have to be honest about this idea that, and this is the amazing thing about recovery, is that if you think incredible thing. And that means that we have to have a system, which we don't have right now, that incentivizes recovery. But if we have a system that incentivizes relapse, people relapse. If we have a system that incentivizes use and promotion, there's more use and promotion, use increases. But if we have a system that actually incentivizes recovery, if there's a structure, expectation, accountability, which is a huge part of this that we forget about, purpose and connection, which is also a huge part. Recovery isn't just being free of drugs. It's much more than that. Then I think people do rise to meet that. And it's important because addiction hijacks the brain's reward circuitry. And that's really important, but recovery can reclaim it. And I think that's what the power of recovery is, and that's the power of what we're trying to bring as PROSPER, to advise municipal, provincial, and federal governments to prioritize recovery as a cornerstone. Doesn't mean that we don't prioritize other things too, including prevention and harm reduction, working with recovery, that these things do not have to be countering each other. Because I think we all, everybody in this room, despite, if we have disagreements, we all want fewer deaths, we all want less crime, we all want fewer infections, we all want fewer people in jail for untreated addiction, and we all see the need for working prevention, treatment, enforcement, accountability, harm reduction, and recovery to really work together. Instead, we've sort of had a different kind of combination, and that's, I think, why we're in this mess. We've had an unrestricted decriminalization, and we have to give credit where it's due for people that are in power who realize their mistake. And we want to give credit where that's due. And I'm grateful to the Premier, unfortunately he couldn't join us today, for realizing that. You could say too little, too late, whatnot. I think people did suffer, but we're glad that it did, it has come around. I think it's also coming around that taxpayer-funded distribution of drugs is probably not the way we want to go either, that has been a failed experiment, and also this idea that we don't have any kind of accountability or required pathway to treatment, I think is something that was part of this deadly combination that I think is reversing it. So I think what we want is very simple. It's grounded in evidence. We want a culture of prevention and a climate of recovery. That's what we talk about at PROSPER. And smart enforcement with meaningful off-ramps so that addiction is treated as a health issue, but it's a health issue with accountability. And I think that's really interesting if you think about addiction as a brain disease. It's one of the only brain diseases, I think actually the only one if you think about it, that really responds to incentives. You can't tell somebody with Alzheimer's, you can't bribe somebody with Alzheimer's to remember your name tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. I could just be blunt. But you can incentivize many people who have addiction to change behavior if you have the systems in place. I'm not painting a broad brush for everybody. People have different paths to recovery. People have different addictions. Of course, we talk about fentanyl, which we should, but we really need to understand that this is about polysubstance abuse. This isn't about one drug or another. This is about the reward circuitry being hijacked by any of those substances, whether that's 99% THC, which is being sold around the corner, whether that's methamphetamine, which is being brought in by very sophisticated criminal networks, or made here, or fentanyl, which is the same. These things are in some ways, very, very similar, and they hijack the brain in very similar ways. And so, there obviously are people who profit off of this. There are industries that want widespread drug access, and they have billions of dollars to gain. And those industries, whether they're tax-paying industries for our legal substances, which hurt more people than all illegal drugs combined, or whether they are folks who are trying to take advantage of our laws and the money laundering that's going on, the cryptocurrency that's going on, that's completely manipulating way ahead of law enforcement. They're very similar in that they are treating people as commodities, and we have to understand that people are not commodities. Communities matter more than corporations, and recovery is much more powerful than preventing relapse. It's about a lot more than that. So I think our job is to make recovery the easier path. We need to make treatment and recovery easier to get than drugs. It's like pretty simple. Right now, it's the opposite. We have old systems in place that really, I mean, incentivize gang activity, incentivize drug activity, and we're wondering why things aren't changing. We're wondering why we had 54 overdoses when we're literally doing the same things that we've done for the last 3 decades. And so, you know, I think we stand at a crossroads in many ways here in BC. One road leads to more overdoses, more normalization of harmful substances, more disconnection, and more death. The other leads to prevention, treatment, recovery, accountability, belonging, and dignity. And I know which road we can choose. I see the people in this room. I know your work, your courage, your compassion, your belief in recovery are really the greatest antidotes we have to this hopelessness that I think is also easy to feel. So I think together we can change incentives, change the culture, and change policies. And I want to, you know, acknowledge at the end here that I think we can do it because, you know, things are already changing. I think sobriety in this province, which was such a dirty word for so long, you couldn't say it. You know, when I interviewed people for this book, and don't be fooled by the American flag, I actually tried to call the publisher. They wanted to kill me. I said, can we put a Canadian flag on the front of it today? Because I don't know if people want to see the American flag. I'm sorry about all that. But they didn't like that. They said, no, we can't. But they said, but if you look at it, there's an entire chapter on Canada and my experience here kind of, you know, as I, you know, for the last 17 years have been married to a Canadian and got married here 17 years ago, in fact, and wrote my first op-ed. I think it was kind of to impress my then girlfriend, now wife, in the Vancouver Sun in 2003, I think it was. And it was simply called Needle Exchange is Not Enough. Now, I wasn't saying needle exchange is bad. I was saying needle exchange is not enough. And a lot of people didn't like that. They said I was attacking harm reduction, that I wasn't for keeping people alive. But I think it's very clear 20-some years later that it's clearly not enough. It's fine, but it's not enough. We have to do more than that. And again, I give people credit where it's due. I think the culture is beginning to change since we launched 2 years ago. I'm not saying because of us. Maybe we played a very tiny little eensy-weensy role. But most of you played more of a role where we can talk about things like recovery and sobriety out in the open, where the doctors that I interviewed for this book 3 years ago who had to speak on anonymity, these were the top doctors in your country, the top doctors in this province, who literally were scared to give me their names. And they were saying, we want to promote recovery. That's why they were scared. I think things have changed in the last 2 to 3 years. Again, I give credit where it's due. We've learned that decriminalization, which doesn't mean the opposite means we want to throw people in prison, by the way. That doesn't mean we want criminalization of addiction. That's not what that means. But the real world reality of what decriminalization meant here and also meant in Oregon, which quickly reversed their policies after also 2 years of utter failure, it means that this hands-off approach, that's not compassionate, that we need to do better and we can do better. So, and I've even noticed that people who used to say that opioid, and I don't mention names, people who used to say that opioid addiction recovery is not possible, which when I heard that, I couldn't believe it was being said. I haven't heard from those people in a while. So I actually do think things are beginning to change. I think people are realizing decriminalization was a failure, at least the way it was put here. Hands-off public safety is a failure. Safe supply is neither safe nor a good supply. It's a saturated supply. It's saturated drugs supply. We want to unsaturate, not saturate. I think people are finally realizing that. So it's a titanic move. It's a move that, you know, we got to this unfortunate place where others after 30 years of pushing by folks who wanted to normalize drug use. I think we are finally pushing it the other way, and that's really why we're getting back together as a group. I'm very excited about the 4 panels we have today. We're taking what is being said. You'll be able to ask questions as well. There'll be a QR code up soon, and you'll be able to ask those questions, and we're going to put it into a policy advocacy report by the end and use it as part of our work. So I want to say thank you to all of you that are here. Thank you to BC and the cities that are supporting us. We have representatives from the VPD, from Richmond, MLAs from all around, as well as other first responders. And you're going to hear from these really dynamic panels and, again, have the ability to ask questions and as we build this policy consensus document. So it's really an honor to welcome you. Thank you so much for coming. I'm very excited now to introduce the City of Vancouver Mayor, Ken Sim, who I don't think really needs much of an introduction to people here. Ken has really been leading very boldly, but listening to everybody and bringing people together who actually haven't been sitting together at the same table. And that's part of the problem here. We've been screaming at each other, sometimes arguing over things we actually agree on, but the terms are so ill-used and used by opponents who purposefully obfuscate the issue that we're not able to have a proper conversation. And Ken has been an example of someone who's really convened, often, time and time again, him and his staff, an incredible staff, has really convened people to talk about this issue in an open and honest way as he navigates this and, with the province. So I want to bring up Mayor Sim, please, for a couple of remarks, and then we'll ask a few questions and get on with the day. Thank you so much for being here. That was your speech? There are like pictures here. That was it.
I don't have pictures. They want me to keep on script here. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And in the interests of time, there's so many people to thank here and acknowledge. So I'm just going to acknowledge all of you, say absolutely love you. We may not agree on how we get to certain places. I actually think that's super healthy in terms of, I know every single person in this room really cares about what's going on. And that's the main thing. And so being able to have lively conversations and debate to get us to a better spot, that's healthy. That's basically my disclaimer when I talk about the stuff I'm going to talk about now. And if you disagree with it, there you go. Okay, so I just want to be very clear. Canada is in the middle of an addiction and mental health crisis. And stating the obvious, this crisis is taking lives, destabilizing neighborhoods, overwhelming emergency rooms, and stretching frontline responders to their limits. And in Vancouver, we see this every single day. In the downtown east side, in Gastown, on the Granville Entertainment District, transit hubs, parks, and outside of the doors of small businesses just trying to survive. Hey, John, you see that every single day. And this crisis is not happening in isolation. It's connected to severe mental illness, chronic homelessness, predatory drug trafficking, and systems that have simply they haven't kept up. And for way too long, people have been left exactly where they are, in crisis, untreated, and profoundly vulnerable. And as Kevin mentioned, look, leaving them where they are is not compassionate. And stating the obvious, it is not working. Now, last September was a turning point for our city. I believe it was September 4th. A man with severe mental illness and addiction murdered someone in broad daylight and then severed the hand off of another individual. Like, what the hell is going on here? How did we get to this place? And I will say it's become painfully clear that municipalities continue to face this crisis alone. We're on our own. In response to this horrific incident, I remember standing with a bunch of mayors, first responders, the VPD, Vancouver Fire and Rescue, and we said enough was enough. We said, we couldn't do this anymore. And we had enough of watching vulnerable people cycle through emergency rooms, shelters, SROs, and jails with absolutely no pathway towards recovery. And we did call on the province to bring on mandatory care for people with significant mental health challenges or substance use disorder. And we did call on the federal government to fix the bail system that, we needed to, I want to choose my words carefully here, but we needed to put people, violent repeat offenders away until we had a solution, a better solution. And it was a very frustrating time to put it, to be blunt. And we realized that we couldn't wait any longer as a city. And so over the past 2 years, we have, use the tools that we have in our toolbox, and we've made significant investments in public safety and mental health. We ran on a mandate of bringing mental health workers into the fold, and so we funded more than 50 mental health professionals. Even though it's not one of our core responsibilities as a city, we doubled the size of CAR 8788. We helped create BC's first Indigenous crisis response team and mental health de-escalation team. And we continue to fully fund our first responders. So for the first time in 15 years, the VPD is fully funded. For the first time in 8 years, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services are fully funded. Because of this work, violent crime is now at a 23-year low in the city of Vancouver. And that's great, but it doesn't feel, we're still missing something. It doesn't feel like we're way ahead of the game here. And street disorder continues to fester in the streets of Vancouver. People in crisis, they need to be put into care, and they need to get help whether they want it or not. And Kevin mentioned, he made a reference to people with Alzheimer's. I'm in seniors care. If someone hired me to take care of their grandparents who had Alzheimer's, and all I did was put them in a nice apartment, you would literally punch me in the throat. That's just the beginning. People need help. There are roughly 600 people in the city of Vancouver alone who are living with incredibly severe, untreated mental illness and or addiction. They're deeply unwell. They're at high risk of harming themselves and others. And we need a system that intervenes early, stabilizes people humanely, and gives them a real path to long-term recovery. And that's why we continue to push for mandatory care delivered in a safe, secure, and recovery-focused environment. So now, 1 year ago, Premier Eby announced the beginning of mandatory care. On September 16th, he mentioned it. 1 year later, over a year later, actually, a year and a couple of months, Vancouver has 0 involuntary care beds in the city of Vancouver. And some of the people that need help the most are they're literally being warehoused in crumbling SROs. So last week I did stand with local business in the Granville Entertainment District to call for urgent action on 3 extremely problematic SROs, which would be the Lugat, St. Helens Hotel, and Granville Villa. Since these buildings were converted to SROs, calls for service have increased by over 800%, and police workload has increased by over 1,000%. And so this is not a housing strategy. This is a humanitarian and public safety crisis brought on by failed government policy. People do deserve dignity, stability, treatment, and safety, not hallways filled with chaos and predators, but that's where we are today. And that's why we are advocating for supportive housing that is smaller, community integrated, recovery focused, and capped at 40 to 60 residents with on-site mental supports, not warehousing. And so let me give you an example here. How many people know that there's a supportive housing complex on 16th and Dunbar? Can I get a show of hands? Yeah, most people don't. Do you know why? It's well run, right? This stuff actually works if it's thoughtful. And so that's what we're advocating for. So at the start of this year, I introduced the motion pausing net new supportive housing across our city. I think some of you will remember it. It got weaponized. People used it to attack us. But when you actually look at the intention of what we're trying to achieve here from, a humanitarian perspective, I believe it was the right thing to do. Vancouver has 25% of the region's population, but has 77% of the region's supportive housing. We need other municipalities to step up while we focus on renewing our aging supportive housing stock and replacing temporary units with permanent solutions that better support vulnerable residents. That's the intention. We want to take care of people. but we can't if we are all alone, and we can't if what we currently have is absolutely crumbling. So, you know, while recent bail reform is encouraging as well, there is much more to do. And finally, we do have to move away from the relentless focus on harm reduction. And I know that might be a little controversial, but it's going to spark a lively debate in this room, I'm sure. Um, what we want to do and what we're going to do is we're going to be contemplating this, and we're considering asking for a review of the bylaws on open drug use in the city of Vancouver. No one deserves to walk through a cloud of crack or meth smoke on their way to a restaurant or simply walking down the street. Although our tools are limited, the province needs to step up to the current reality. They should take a page out of Premier Wabkinu's approach in Manitoba and start treating drug use differently and stop coddling severe addiction and criminal behavior. We can't accept a future where municipalities lead while senior governments fail. The people of Vancouver and vulnerable individuals suffering on our streets deserve far better. So, stating the obvious, this is not a municipal issue. This is a provincial and national crisis. And what we require is we need leadership at the provincial and federal levels. In the meantime, we're not just going to sit on our hands and, complain about what we can't do. We are going to keep stepping up, and we're going to keep pushing for senior levels of government to act until people finally receive the care, the stability, and the safety they need and deserve. So with that, I think we have time for 0 questions. Is that right, Kevin? Thanks. Oh.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mayor. Appreciate those remarks. I do have a couple questions that we've put together from some of the folks who registered. And I know you have a hard stop soon, and then we can get into more of a Q&A. But I think the one that stood out to me was sort of what are the biggest misconceptions you encounter about drugs, and how do these shape kind of where we are now?
Well, that's a big question. There's probably about 14 different ways I can answer it. So I'm just going to be unfiltered. Okay, none of this was scripted or planned. I'll give you a couple of anecdotal things. Frankly, as the mayor of the city of Vancouver, I'm tired of the narrative that weaponizes, we live in a police state and the police are bad and they don't understand, what's going on, and they're marginalizing communities. We had this thing called Project Barrage, where, by the way, if you ever get an opportunity to hang out with our incredible members of the VPD, they are probably the best trained individuals in de-escalation training and understanding the humanistic side of things. Like, they just blow me away. So Project Barrage was a big push going after organized crime. So not vulnerable individuals, but organized crime that were preying on vulnerable individuals. And over a 6-month period, one of the net results was the calls for overdoses decreased by about a third, or about 1,200 fewer calls. So maybe not 1,200, but it's definitely more than one life was saved through the efforts of our compassionate police officers that serve our city so well. And so we have to get away from this crap, like the politicization, people weaponizing this stuff for their own political gain. And let's look at what we're trying to achieve here. So that's one of the cool things that we'll continue to support.
Can I ask you about Barrage real quick about that?
Sure.
So maybe you can just also describe what happened, in other words, what was the operation, and then maybe respond to some critics who have said that, how did this not just displace folks somewhere else? So if they weren't in this neighborhood, they're now in a neighborhood they never were in.
Yeah, well, I should get Deputy Chief Howard Chow to answer that question, but I'm sure he will. I'll give you my flavor on it, and then Howard, if I'm wrong, just go. Yeah, so long story short, there's stating the obvious, there's a huge organized crime element that's preying on the residents of Vancouver and specifically in the downtown east side. And it was unsafe. So we launched, sorry, not we, the VPD launched a push to, increase the number of officers, investigations, enforcement of, laws in that area. And from that, crime went down, and it did not pick up in other jurisdictions. So it actually worked.
So you were going to give a couple more anecdotes. I interrupted you. So
yeah, what was the question?
talking about the misconceptions and how that shapes sort of where we are right now in Vancouver and the metro area.
Yeah. And look, this is I'm only speaking from my personal experience on the second one and my personal views. And I know there will be people that disagree with it, but this is coming from a place of love and just, being very pragmatic. When I look at, the situation from the lenses of a father and someone who has dealt or seen first responders in action, and I understand why we go towards, let's say, safe supply. Okay, totally get it. It's an alternative to poison drugs. I wouldn't let my kids touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. Okay, and I understand, and I know, like, there are people that I love in this room that will completely disagree with me, and I know their life experiences will get them to that spot, and they can 100% justify it, and I can't even debate them. Okay, so it's not about that. When I look at our first responders who have been on the streets, and some of them have dealt with some significant health issues, not a one of them will want to take, opioids, painkillers, because they're afraid of getting addicted to it. I know I wouldn't want my kids to experiment with safe supply, and the reality is people do that. We just live in that environment, and it can lead to, down a path. And so I know that's controversial, but let's call it as we see it. These are my own personal views, and I can tell you what's happening on the streets right now isn't working. And so if we can approach everything from a place of love and put ourselves in that situation and what would we want for our families, I think we get to a better answer.
And I think when you say controversial, I'll differ from you on one aspect here, okay? When you're saying controversial, because I think it might be controversial among us, sort of a small group of local folks, but it's when you look at the data, when you look at the evidence, when you look at, there's been now multiple reviews of drug supply and kind of what that does and how that's, it sort of betrays the reality of the fact that, your brain actually wants fentanyl. Why wouldn't it? It's much better and stronger. I mean, we forget why people take drugs in the first place. They feel good. I mean, and now we're telling our brain this is not, we're trying to tell our brain that it's saying this is awesome, that this isn't good. And so, I think actually what's more controversial is the fact that it's taken us so long to kind of wake up to that fact.
Yeah, and that comment that I made, this is coming from a place of lived experience as well. Like our family, our kids, our friends, they are all trained on administering Narcan. And a couple of our friends have had to do that to save their kids. So this is not like some philosophical sort of whatever. This is real life. And if we could rewind everything back, 8 years, would be even more vocal on a current path.
I want to also ask you that, if because clearly when you look at kind of the way municipalities are in this country versus provinces and federal versus many other places, not just the United States, you see that what I've learned is how hampered, actually surprisingly, how hampered it seems municipalities are and how dependent they are on the sort of political whims and wins of the larger province that they're in. But if you could get Premier Eby to do sort of one thing on your wish list, what would that be? You were talking to him face to face and he would do it.
Oh yeah,
You can list 10 things if you
oh
want.
yeah,
There's
no,
time.
I'm going to say this respectfully. Like there's no energy around this. Just do what you say you're going to do. On September 16th, committed to 400 involuntary care beds, compassionate beds to take care of people. We have 0 beds in the city of Vancouver. And so we can talk about how there's street disorder, a whole host of things. Push that off to the side. People are dying. Just keep your word. Like, we already know what the answer is. We don't have to have a lot more like discussions and try to, figure things out. We know there are people that are very sick that need help, that should not be on the streets, and they're stranded. Once again, I go towards being a parent. In fact, we have a colleague who is dealing with this. I'm not going to mention names. I'm not going to mention where the person's a colleague, has a kid with a significant mental health issue, still functional, like in society, but has a mental health issue. And they're deeply concerned about that individual or their kid. And they're looking for help. And there's no help available. Like, how is that? That thing has, the potential of turning into something incredibly horrific. And we see it all the time. And so this isn't just about the 600 people with significant mental health issues as well. This is about our family, our friends, our neighbors, our colleagues. One out of 100 people have schizophrenia in this province. Did you know that? It's some form of schizophrenia. So this is out there. And until we start dealing with the issue, and once again, to the province, deal with it. Like, literally, we understand we have a lot of challenges, but if you make a commitment to opening up 400 beds and you haven't opened a single one, all that was, it was a nice little soundbite for the media. Maybe it got you some votes, but it did shit. And it's the people that are paying are the residents of this great province of ours, and families are getting destroyed because of it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Didn't mean to swear.
No, that's important. And I do note, there's sort of, we have, if you look at where we were versus a year or two ago, we now have sort of multiple czars we have a czar here at municipal level. There's a federal czar, and actually Kevin Brousseau, who wanted to come and couldn't. But there's now multiple, which is, I also find it interesting to adopting that verbiage, because we don't even say that in the United States anymore. That's a colloquial term the media made up. But here it's an official term, as a czar, which is interesting. But there's now multiple czars.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
So look, I think of Senator Larry Campbell, former Mayor Larry Campbell, who I have a lot of respect and time for. He's amazing, and I think we're really well served by him. And so what's the probability he's going to come up with the answer? Yeah, you know what? People with significant mental health challenges should get some health care. Like, I think the probability is almost 100%. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. So great. So we pushed it off another 6 months. And in that time, more people are going to die. More people are going to suffer. Families are going to get destroyed. People aren't going to feel safe on the streets. It's crazy.
Has there really been no movement since the September? I remember that announcement. We were there, and then we did something at City Hall. Has there really been no behind the scenes, discussions, movement towards that since then?
Look, I'm a data-driven guy. The last time we looked at the data, which was this morning, we have 0 involuntary care beds in the city of Vancouver since that announcement. New. Sure. And is that enough? No. Well, yeah. Okay. And look, and that's the great thing about having these conversations, because the one thing we all do is we all care about this. So I will approach this with passion. We have 600 people with significant mental health challenges. It is not enough. If they were your families, we should be demanding this. People are dying. People are suffering. And I'm sorry, I will hold myself accountable to the same thing, even though it's not in our jurisdiction. We're not healthcare. We have an obligation to take care of people in the broader context of our society as well. And so I will enthusiastically say it is not enough. I don't care if it's 20, because that is not enough. I don't care if it's 200, because it's not enough. And when the province commits to 400 beds and they have 20, that's 5%. That's a rounding error. And by the way, 400 wasn't enough. I believe we need about 3,200. And I'm sorry, this is coming from a place of love. Let's have that debate. Let's get all let's roll up our sleeves, put our elbows up, because you know what? If we have a lively debate around this, and the answer is we come out of this and we get more involuntary care beds, we can all high five each other and celebrate, because at the end of the day, we care about people.
Real quick, and I have to go on the numbers. You said data driven. You know, we keep talking about 400, 600. You just mentioned 3,200. How accurate do you think the numbers are from the province on the number of people who actually need help? Because I've been astounded by what looks like a severe undercount, especially when you look at the way that this is collected.
Yeah, I don't know about the quality of the data, so I can't make a determination. What I can say, and this could be a better question for Deputy Chief Howard Chow later on in the day. Sorry to leave that biscuit with you there, Howard, but I think what you see on the streets would be a good indication as to how much we need. But also, there's a whole hidden, invisible group of individuals that we're not even counting here, that we don't see. The people that are suffering in silence or dying in living rooms in Champlain Heights or Kitsilano, or there's still the stigma, and we know all the verbiage there. So I gut feel, I think the challenge is a lot greater than we think.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Ken Sim, thanks so much for coming and being with us this morning. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. As we move on with our presentation, I just ask that you remain respectful. We will have a Q&A code. It will be up very soon for the panels, where you'll be able to scan or go to the website, and we have it's a place where you can put your questions, and the moderators will do their best to answer all the questions that are asked. But right now, I do want to bring up Dustin and Destiny. Please join us here on stage. I met Dustin and Destiny at an event that Mayor Sam Sullivan did called End the Downtown East Side at the Terminal City Club. And I was really moved by their story. They reminded me, why we're here, how this is really about real people, and why we're all doing this. And I thought it would be a wonderful way to continue opening the conference. You can take seats, grab mine, go for it.
Hi, my name's Dustin Perello. 4 years ago, I wouldn't be standing here. Where I was standing was in front of a 7-Eleven holding doors so I can get money for fentanyl. I was dying. When I was out there, I made an observation though, because I lived outside for about 5 years. The one observation I had was when I was panhandling in front of businesses was that a child under 5 years old, if I was sitting next to a dog, would want to have compassion for the human being first. But around 5 to 9, he started wanting to pet the puppy more than the human being. And it was a 5-year-old boy that saved my life. A father came up to me. He said, "My son has a present for you." And his 5-year-old boy came up and he gave me a card. And on the card, there was 2 stick figures, each of them holding hands. He said, "That's me and that's you." And I opened up the card and he said, "You matter." And it blew a hole into my heart. And a couple of days later, this other lady came by. Her name was Angie Pratt. She came by with her daughter, Sage. She was about 4 months old. She's like, she bought me some food. She's like, "Have you ever considered recovery?" And I said, "No, I haven't." She said, "Would you?" And I said, "Yeah, I would," because the motivation was there. It took me a couple of tries, but now here I am. What happened? Another observation that I noticed, and a route that I didn't take, is when I saw people go into the housing as it is with the SROs, that each one of those friends is no longer with me. They're not here. They went into a room alone to die. I'm here because I refused to go into that space, because I observed everyone who went into those rooms alone, they're no longer here. And these were good people that were just hard on their luck. So when I had an opportunity to go to recovery, I took it. And I went to Harbor Light Treatment Center, which is run by the Salvation Army on 119 Cordova, and they're building their new facility across the street called 9 Stories of Hope. And their staff there is amazing. There's clinical counselors, people with lived experience, peer support workers. They have a musical chaplain there, and they're connected to second stage facilities. And so for about 2 years, I got monitored, I got UA, but now I have a full and rich life. I have a beautiful wife. I have a 4-month-old son named Marlo, and I now live on Dunbar and 33rd, and we have a rich life. Anybody who tells you an opiate addict cannot recover, that's not true. I'm standing here. I'm living proof. I'm not even on Suboxone or any of those other medications they say you need to be on for life. That's not true. Here I am. I've not had any minor mood altering substance for almost 4 years. Four years ago, I was hunched over and I could barely look anybody in the eyes. From giving up to having hope and dreams for the world, where I write every single day, and I work in harm reduction. It's not where I want to be forever, but it's where I'm able to catch the people who are the movers and shakers and have that little bit of motivation to give them that seed inside their heart. And I've now mentored over 8 people who now have over 2 years. Like outside of partisan politics, what I want to speak about and what I want to say is we need to find the people who are motivational, who have found recovery, to light a fire underneath the asses of those who are living there in that position, to let them know that they matter. I'm pretty sure each and every one of you in this room has somebody in their life that was a mentor or a teacher that kept them here, that motivated them, that lit a spark in their heart, and we need to do that for other people. There's a lot of things that we're waiting for that aren't coming, like the beds, like the treatment facilities. And we're talking about involuntary treatment where I had to wait 3 months to get a detox. 3 months to get detox, but yet we're talking involuntary care. We're not there yet. If I couldn't get a bed and I had to wait so long, where is this involuntary going to come from? How are we going to get there? But there's something actionable we can each do every single day is develop a one-on-one relationship with a human being that is living outside and tell them that they are loved and that we care for them. It's something simple we can do. If we have little ones, we can take that little one, and every time a little one came and spoke to me, it lit a fire in my heart every single time without fail. When you go to the downtown east side and bring a kid, people go, kid on the block. Because there's something in every addict's heart that reminds them of when they were a kid. And if we can continue to light that fire, we can burn down the stigma, and we can build up lives. And everyone who's found a life that's come from the bottom that rises to the top, they have the ability to motivate somebody else. We need to find those people. I remember going to a millionaire's workshop before I lived on the streets. And he said, look for the double baggers. The one person who's able to serve 3 grocery counters and be able to look at the customers and have that motivation. We need to find those people. We need to give those people some sort of funding to be able to motivate these people. And once we got that motivation and we got people boosting people up, we can start building the system. We need to resource map the minds of the people who have done it, because recovery is possible. I don't even watch TV anymore, because every single day I go to a recovery meeting and I hang out with people who are talking about living a better life, living a spiritual life of a power of their understanding. It's a non-denominational system where I go through, and I chose the 12 steps, but there are others that are very similar, where we motivate each other every single day and work on principles like honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. And we talk about these things every single day. We're talking about people who used to be gangsters, they used to be violent, and now every single day they're talking about being honest, open-minded, and willing. That's what we need to be talking to people about. You know, these other things are going to come as we develop them, but right now, we have the power within us to be able to teach people how to be honest, open-minded, and willing, and to spark that inner child. And that's something that doesn't need any funding, because all it needs is heart. Thank you.
Wow. Hi, I'm Destiny Perillo, and I am a mother in recovery. You probably could look at me and think a lot of things. I have piercings and tattoos. So you might be able to assume that at some point in my life, I did drugs. What you don't know is I was the type of drug addict that hid behind closed doors. I was always the designated driver because I wouldn't get loaded in front of people. I get loaded by myself because of the stigma and because I grew up in a family of addiction and I grew up in a family of mental illness. I am considered severely mental ill. I have chronic anxiety, treatment resistant depression, and a couple of other things that I like to debate with my doctor. I also have ADHD, so I'm incredibly neurodivergent. And it's my neurodivergencies that kept me in addiction. That need for dopamine, that need for excitement, that need for something. And then when that need was gone, I needed to numb it out. I needed to stop all the voices in my head that told me I wasn't enough. I wasn't good enough. I wasn't pretty. I wasn't thin enough. I wasn't this. I wasn't that. I wasn't the perfect child. I was an honor roll student. I had a very high GPA. I got scholarships for the city of Surrey for being, what was it? It was for overcoming adversity. It was for women overcoming adversity. It's a Dogwood scholarship. And I believe it was something altogether. I got $1,500 in scholarships. And I used that to become a vet assistant. I love animals. But working in that field is so hard. In 1 year, I did over 300 euthanasias. So I understand when people tell me that frontline working is hard. Because when you deal with that much death, you don't know how to function. This year, we've lost over 40 people personally to us. That becomes a natural disaster number. They're no longer our friends, they're numbers, they're statistics. How do you think that makes a person feel? Right? Like Dustin said, we do 12-step recovery. I'm in both the NA and AA program, and I love it. It's because of peer-to-peer relationships that I'm able to be sober today. Without those peer-to-peer relationships and mentorship to help me through the steps and the step work to understand where I was, I wouldn't have been able to overcome my mental health issues enough to get into recovery. Within 6 months, I had what's called post-acute withdrawal syndrome, which caused me to experience psychosis. And I was in Langley Memorial for about a week due to severe psychosis. This can happen anywhere from 1 month to 2 years after you've put down the drug. Now, if that can happen to any addict at any time within 2 years, which is the average, how are we helping them after they get out of treatment, which most treatments are a maximum of 90 days? You haven't even reached the boiling point yet. I didn't do treatment, I didn't do detox, and it almost killed me. Surrey Memorial Hospital, Royal Columbian Hospital, Langley Memorial Hospital on one weekend because I felt like I was on a boat. MRIs, CAT scans, multiple bags, 5E fluids. I'm so familiar with hospital now. So familiar because I had one of the worst pregnancies a person could ask for. Hyperemesis, dystonia, preeclampsia, hypertension. 6 weeks in a hospital, only to have my son arrive early through an induction because I couldn't take it anymore, going in and out of labor for 2 weeks. But I didn't pick up. How can someone go through all that in 9 months and not pick up? Well, it's because of people in this room, people in my life who chose to mentor me, who chose to do sponsorship. The way I mentor and sponsor is through knitting and crochet. I still run a program called Neurodivergent because I'm neurodivergent. Little pun there. And I decided one of the way I was going to give my reparations to the Native communities was I was going to teach them how to knit and crochet and basics on how to keep their ancestral practice alive. Because kids, there's such a difference between being 5 and being 55. Sometimes they don't know how to connect with their grandparents because it's not shiny and new and exciting. So then you have me, who is bright and bubbly and enthusiastic and loves old people. I love my elders. I do elderly crafts. It is the funnest part of my day. Well, other than my son. But I love those crafts and I want to keep them alive. So I would go in, I would teach the kids because I have time. I'm on disability. I had time to volunteer for 4 hours a week how to knit, crochet, and interact so that they could go to their family members and go, hey, do you know how to do this? Have you seen this before? And I did that while sober. I did that a year and a half sober. To get this idea from going from the psych ward to going to places to really honor ancestral teachings is pretty amazing. It takes a lot. I'm one of those 12-step recovery people who fight with God a lot, or higher power, the divine, whatever you want to call it. I fight with them because I go, oh, you haven't been in my life, but you've been in my life, but you haven't been in my life. But I can always rely on my ancestors. It is mathematically impossible for all of us to be here in this exact moment at this exact time. For your family members to have created you is mathematically impossible. Their blood runs through your veins. For you to be in this moment, meeting me at this exact time, is divine providence. Whether you believe in a higher power or not, there's something that happened to have us in this room tonight. And I believe it's my ancestors. My ancestors are master weavers. No one in my family taught me how to knit, crochet, weave, sew, any of those things. It was in my blood. So instead of talking about only ancestral trauma, talk about the ancestral wisdom. Because we all have ancestral wisdom. We all have the ability to do great things. We just have to tap into it. And I think me and Dustin are doing great things on the downtown east side. I'd rather be on the downtown east side than anywhere else in the world on even my bad days. I love living in Dunbar. Don't get me wrong. I'm not moving back to the downtown east side anytime soon. But we work and we play and we do recovery there. And like he was saying, kid on the block, we don't have to yell it most of the time. They yell it. And they put away their dope and they hide their paraphernalia and they get excited because we have a stroller, that's what you guys call it. So I'm American and some of my family's British, so I switch between stroller, walker, buggy. But pram is another one. But we get to introduce our son to so many people. We do worry about with the current drug climate, what are we going to do and say if he goes, Mom, I want to do drugs? We worry about that. We talk about school. We talk about influence. But you know what? As long as we keep him close and we bring him to meetings, I think he's going to do just fine. So if you're struggling connecting to addicts, remember, if you have children or children in your life, one day someone loved them as much as you loved your newborn. Where did it go wrong? It's no one's fault. It's just a random happenstance of things that happened. So try to look at them with compassion, with love, and with grace. We can all do some pretty horrible things, but not all of us have to wear it on our face and do it in public. So I think what me and Dustin want people to think of is mentorship. How can you mentor today? Who can you help today? Even if it's for 5 minutes. Who can you think of that would really benefit from your knowledge?
When we're talking about mentorship and we talk about prevention at the same time, what I find absolutely amazing is when I gave my first speech at a school and I talked about my recovery journey, the one thing I was very afraid of, because I identified the disease of addiction, of a disease of loneliness and isolation that tells me that I don't have a disease. When I gave my first speech, I thought the kids would be very interested in the juicy details of my addiction. And the first question was you were talking about the difference between sitting in and sitting with your emotions. What's that difference? And that absolutely blew my mind. So when we're talking about prevention, there's a lot of people who are in addiction have a difficulty of sitting in their emotions, anxiety mitigation disorder. So when we communicate in groups and we talk to people about how to build proper relationships where people are able to talk about their emotions and create emotional intelligence and emotional availability to the groups of friends that are around. So all kids are going to get into a certain level of trouble. It's about who they get in trouble with and the people that they have around them to speak to them about those things that we're getting involved in. So it's very beautiful and very amazing that when I speak, their eyes just light up when you talk to them about their emotions and how to talk about them and be able to relate and build those real relationships. Because the kids today are so hungry for that connection. They're starving for that mentorship to be able to build those connections, you know? And they're not the way that we were when we grew up. They're against bullying. They're about being inclusive. They're about understanding. They're about mentorship. And they're looking for it. Thank you so very much for our time.
How about another round of applause for Dustin and Destiny? And do we have little Arlo here yet today? We met little Arlo, who was wonderful. Great. Well, thanks so much. We're going to go right into our first panel. So we are asking for, if you are on that first panel, and I should have memorized everybody, to come up on the stage. We have, we have MLA Sturco, MLA Rattay, Claire, yeah, Rattay. We have Dr. Jenny Melmed. And I don't think Mike Krause is here. And I don't think we have Mike Krause here. And we have Dr. Barb Kane. Please join us on stage. Let's give a round of applause to them as they come up on up. Thank you. Take a seat. She's on the next one, I think, isn't she? Yeah. Oh, and just as a reminder, thank you for joining us. We have, you can ask questions there if you scan the QR code and to Slido, or you can go to slido.com and put in that code, and those questions get zapped to somebody, and then they zap them to me here. So if I'm looking at my phone, I'm not playing games. Very excited for this panel. Thank you all for joining us. You know, this year we wanted a little bit of a different setup instead of the normal speeches, which we did have obviously a little bit, but we wanted to mainly kind of be able to have this interactive Q&A as we kind of form our policy consensus document. So, I kind of want to get right into maybe first asking these ladies what your general impressions were of, if anybody wants to just first start. And all bios and everything are online. We don't have a lot of time, so we'd rather get to substance and bios. But any first impressions from what you just heard from Mayor Sim and causes of hope or causes of concern? Does anybody want to start? MLA Sturco?
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for being here.
Such a supporter of, the ideas brought forward by Mayor Sim in terms of pushing for more services for people with mental illness, with concurrent disorders like addiction. One of the things that I've been calling for is a provincial plan, a 10-year strategy that, is publicly facing, that tells us where we're going and how we're going to get there. And that way, when announcements get made, like 400 beds, and then we actually at the UBCM this year had another announcement of 100 beds for Prince George and Surrey, that these are things that can actually be tracked. We can measure our successes. We can see where we need to put more of our effort. And then, because ultimately, I think that Mayor Sim's right. I mean, there's needs out there being unaddressed, but we actually need something that we can see publicly and keep track of in order for us to continue to hold our government to account.
Dr. Kane, you do a lot of this work on involuntary care in northern BC. Maybe talk to us a little bit about your experience in doing that work, and then also if you have any reactions to what you heard this morning.
Is it on? Okay. Yeah, I've been in Prince George since 1990, and I was there when Riverview was still open. So Riverview has, closed in 2012, although it started downsizing about 10 years before that. And so I've seen the difference between what it's like with a Riverview and what it's like without a Riverview. So when, I think when Ken Sim asked today, or you asked Ken, what would you do? What would be the one thing you would do? And I wanted to put my hand up and say, I would build psychiatric hospitals. So I think the essence of what my message would be today is that I think the supportive housing is not working. There's lots of money going into it. I would divert the money away from supportive housing or at the very least change it a lot and build psychiatric hospitals and treatment centers for the really high severity mental or substance use issues like the redfish. The redfish does great work, but it's way too small. And so that's, I think, my main reaction to what Ken Sim said.
Before we move on, I mean, I have talked to a lot of folks, many different political stripes, and it actually doesn't seem to be, maybe I'm being naive, among people from the left and the right, center, in between, controversial to open up Riverview again, or a version of Riverview. What's the holdup? Funding, but what's the other holdup?
Well, I think there's I guess you could almost say a stigma against institutional care. And one of the things that I've learned when I started, I got this job as a part-time administration in 2018. And at that time, what I wanted to do was figure out what community resources we needed to develop in the north because we had these people staying on our psychiatry ward for years because we had nowhere to send them anymore. So, but what I've learned over the last 7 years is community resources cannot be expected to handle violent people. And that means that because what was happening, we'd discharge these long stay people and they'd just come back. Wherever they were would call the police, they get brought back to the hospital, and then those places would refuse to take them back. Understandably, community resources should not be expected to handle violent people. And when Riverview was open, I think the kind of places that we need have to be they have to be big enough so that you can have enough 24/7 staff that you don't have to call the police and you don't have to transfer them anywhere. Riverview never called the police to deal with violent patients, and they never transferred people anywhere. They were big enough that they had the resources, and Redfish has 105 beds. I don't think they call the police either if they have a problem. Now, mind you, they're not really what I would call a psychiatric hospital. But I think that we have to, I think because I hear the ideas being floated around, well, let's have all these nice 20-bed units all over the place. That's not going to work. They need to have places more like 100 beds probably. Or, we could have a 800-bed place. I don't think it has to be 100 beds, but it has to be big enough that it can handle chronically the kind of violence that my little 20-bed ward is being asked to deal with now, and it's really a disaster.
Are these numbers even really accurate? Again, I look at the numbers, at least in Vancouver, they seem very low when you look at kind of other indicators of what's happening, emergency room admissions, hospital hospitalizations, other informal counts of homelessness. I don't know about the rest of the province, but how accurate even are these numbers that we're basing some of these political slogans on?
Well, the last time I heard Daniel Vigo talk, which wasn't very long ago, I think, and he wasn't saying that this is how big a psychiatric hospital had to be, but he was talking about 3,000 people, which is not too far off of what Ken Sim, I don't know where Ken got his numbers from, but I mean, rock bottom, I think, would be what well, that's not even enough. Riverview was 800 beds when it closed. And since then, we've got these really toxic drugs that have just caused an increase, I think, in the severity of mental illness, either from the people who didn't have mental illness before or the ones who did. So I really think that, yeah, we're probably looking more in the thousands than in the hundreds.
MLA Rete, thank you for being with us and joining us today. What about in your experience, either from what you heard this morning or thinking about the problems that you see and possible solutions?
Yeah, I think that there's a couple things that I would mention. I mean, first of all, when we're talking about beds and capacity, I think what a lot of people don't recognize is that right now in the province of BC, according to the health ministry's most recent numbers that came out in March, we only have 806 treatment beds in this province. So that right there tells you that we don't have anywhere near enough to deal with this problem. And Dustin, I believe it was mentioning, a 3-month wait to be able to access treatment. I'm a recovered addict. I went to treatment in 2011 and it was a 3-month wait then. So we've done nothing to deal with this problem. We've done nothing to improve upon it. We're still in the same place that we were back in 2011, except for more people are dying and more people are struggling and needing access. We can't keep up because they're not making the investments into capacity building for treatment and recovery services. And that is because it's being ideologically driven. We've seen what just recently happened with the Drug Users Liberation Front. Why was taxpayer money going to an organization like that to promote the use of drugs and defund the police? There's another group in Victoria that I won't name that has received millions of dollars, both from the municipality and from the province, and they're selling illegal weed gummies out of the front and buying people's safe supply out of the back. And ripping people off for their rent checks and running a shelter. I mean, there's ideology that's driving a lot of the decisions that are being made around policy right now. And I do think that we're starting to get to a place where most are getting on board with the fact that, things like decriminalization didn't work. But despite the premier saying that the decriminalization program is still running until January, I've asked if he's going to stop it. Can't get a response. These things clearly aren't working. And when we look at what happened a couple of days ago in Vancouver, or, previous to that in Cowichan, I think it's really obvious that we have a problem here and that this current ideology isn't working, because Vancouver has the most concentrated form of services when it comes to harm reduction and safe supply and all of these kinds of things, and yet the problem's getting worse and not better. It doesn't seem to matter. That doesn't seem to be having any bearing on the realities of how many people are overdosing. So I think that certainly, I would love to see involuntary care, but again, if we can't even get people voluntarily into treatment because there's no beds available, this is a failure of the provincial government to not make those investments.
And actually, Dr. Jennifer Melamed, I want to build off of that, because I think an obvious sort of question related to all of this is, we talked a lot about involuntary care, but on the voluntary side, I mean, if somebody wants to get treatment today, we heard Dustin talk about, 3 months, but what does that picture look like? And if we increase the capacity for voluntary, would that decrease the need for the tougher stuff, which is the involuntary? And then you can spend on that and then other things.
I don't think so, because
I want to go back to 2012 with what Dr. Kane said. When we closed Riverview, I was at a conference just before it closed, and they had a picture of a ship mimicking the Titanic with the word Riverview on top, iceberg, and everybody falling off the front. It's not as if we did not know what was going to happen when we did close that facility. We knew it. We're also talking about nobody has died with Cowichan and all these recent overdoses. Yes, we resuscitated everybody. But what happened? We increased brain death. What is an overdose? An overdose is brain death. Okay, we're increasing the number of violent people in our society continuously. So we're increasing the number of people who need involuntary care. From day one, I don't even like using the word safe supply. There is no such thing as safe use of drugs. There is no such thing as a safe consumption site. It is a supervised consumption site. We are watching you overdose and we're bringing you back, but it's not safe to use drugs. You heard Dustin and Destiny refer to themselves as addicts. Yes, what is wrong with a decent word? You heard Dustin saying the way you recover is connection. We cannot put people in a single room and not get that. We have to have treatment on demand. We have to have detox on demand. We do not have this. We talk, we create czars, we create committees, we study what all four of us can tell you every single day, give you a result. We need more beds, we need more supervision, and we need to stop what we do.
Well said. Thank you. I get to some of the questions that we have here. Well, an obvious one is, you know, no matter who is in charge, why does government seem to be so slow at implementing these changes? And before we go down the line on that one, I do want to say that, you know, we at Prosper, we are nonpartisan, and I'm going to reemphasize that. And we have invited everyone in this space, no matter what political, you know, bent you're in. Some people, I think, had legitimate reasons why they couldn't be here. Others, you know, we didn't really hear back from. But we will continue to, you know, push that because we think it's very important to have people, really of all political stripes here. But why is government so slow? No, and this person said, no matter what. Yes, Barb, please.
Well, I think, government, I guess in my sense, in my area, I think of the health authority because it's the health authority that has to do things. And I think our health authority and maybe other health authorities have I'm not sure it's not a policy, but there's a don't ask, don't tell. So what's going on, for example, in our supportive housing is not good. And I'm sure you guys know all about the fires and the overdoses and the stabbings and all the kind of stuff that happens in some of the supportive housing. I don't think it gets reported up because I don't think they want to know. And so, you know, we hear the top dogs saying, oh, this is a good idea, this supportive housing. And I'm thinking, when I read the last post or whatever it was from one of them, I thought, they don't actually know what's going on in supportive housing. And I think, you know, maybe we need to have some audits of some of the supported housing so that the health authorities and the provincial government actually know what's going on there, because I think they're being kept in the dark by themselves to some extent because they don't really want to know what's going on.
I think that Claire hit part of it on the head when she said about ideology, because don't forget, so when David Eby became, and I know this is nonpartisan, but this is the fact, that when he became the premier, he announced $1 billion for treatment, recovery for the addictions crisis. And then over the fiscal years of 2023 and then 24, they spent $1 billion, $1 billion. But they didn't hire Dr. Vigo and give him $1 million contract to figure out what we should be doing until summer of 2024. So they can act fast and spend a lot of your money. We have the second biggest ministry in the government right now is debt servicing. All of those billions of dollars that could be going into helping people, and it's not. But so I think that the government can act quickly. But what I feel personally is that we've been acting quickly in the wrong direction. with the primarily harm reduction focus, a lot of money, as you say, going into these so-called supportive housing, absolute shitholes, where people are dying on a daily basis, getting hurt, getting worse. And so we just need the government at this point to adopt a new way of thinking. And I think actually Dr. Vigo is bringing some new direction to where the province is going. But you spent $1 billion before spending $1 million to find out what to do, which I think is a big mistake.
And we still don't have any of those beds. But I treat people on the ground as well. Okay, I'm a methadone, Suboxone prescriber. So I'm dealing with people who are struggling with addiction every day. And I will call some of these supportive housing facilities and I'll speak to the staff and I'll say, how is Kevin? And they'll say, well, his room still stinks. He's still got 4 cats in there. He's got the most incredible infection in his leg. Will he clean up his room? No. Can you do anything about it? No, we're not allowed to. Can you say we need boundaries and you need to come down to the nurse to get your wound dressed? No, because we're not allowed to give them any boundaries like that. There are no boundaries. You can do what you want. There are dealers walking the passageways. You don't even have to leave the building to get your drug. Okay? Addiction is a disease of insanity. We need boundaries. We need to help these people get better, because if Dustin wouldn't have had the pathway, and I keep going back because I don't want to talk as a talking head, I want to use the people in recovery. If we don't use people to help other people get better, we are not going to do it, because you cannot make your own
What's
decision.
preventing the boundaries, though? I mean, like, what are the? Is it culture? Is it law?
Back to what Claire
Regulations?
said.
I mean, what's preventing?
We don't
someone
want
from
to
putting boundaries
impose
up?
on
Right, no.
human rights.
I understand like the philosophical underpinning, but what? I mean, so this is just culture.
Yeah.
This is not talking about laws.
You were there.
It's weaponized compassion. That's what's happened, and it kills me because as one of very few people in the space that we're in, I know Eleanor and I both are, but people that have gone through recovery, I call myself a recovered addict because it's been a long time and I am recovered, but I've lived through that, and people will still try and weaponize compassion against me and tell me that I'm not a compassionate person for supporting involuntary care. They'll tell me that I'm not a compassionate person because I think that most of the safe injection sites are being run horribly and this is not actually helping people. I can understand a place for harm reduction. I understand the purpose behind its original intent. But in reality, what we've done is we have warehoused addiction. We have managed decline for people. We haven't supported them to get out from the place that they're in. And I can speak to that as somebody that's experienced it. And yet I still get the weaponized compassion. I still get told that I'm a bad person for not just wanting to allow people to continue to destroy their lives and for wanting better for them.
I mean, so is it a matter of the people in charge simply setting a new cultural kind of precedent in line about how we need to, have boundaries and how we need to change? Is it about a law? Is it about funding? I mean, how does the culture begin to change other than waiting 30 years and sort of doing the opposite of what's been done over the last 30 years? How does that happen faster? And please chime in, Barbara.
Sorry, part of it is who we fund and who is delivering services. If you're giving millions of dollars to groups that are advocating for the legalization of drugs and pro-drug and anti-police, you're going to get what you get.
Are they still getting funded, Dolph and Van Duwer?
Well, the Vancouver
Others
Area
are.
Network of Drug Users gets a lot of money. They've received millions of dollars since 2017, and even before that, they had received money. Drug User Liberation Front received in actual funding of $537,000 plus in-kind funding of a space to operate. And, we have other organizations in British Columbia that are willing to do these supervised consumption sites. They're willing to do drug testing, and they're not buying drugs on the dark web, but it's an ideologically driven, where, this liberalization really of drug use and the demonization, like Claire said, of any other way of thinking. If you push back, I went to the the decision of the judge in the Drug User Liberation Front, and many of the supporters were there. And they were very angry because, they said, well, they were testing drugs and that should be it. Well, yes, they're testing drugs, but if the Hells Angels asked us if we could give them money to have a drug testing site, would we give them money? We wouldn't. And so this is just, in my mind, it's lunacy. There's lots of compassionate and excellent organizations out there. I think that having a peer-led approach isn't always the right approach. I think having medically centered, we've been in this emergency and told we had to take certain risks and allow the government to experiment on our citizens because we were in a health emergency. And they did that. And so if we're in a health emergency, let's treat this in the healthcare system with the doctors, psychiatrists, addictions specialists who are specializing in that, not individuals who will supervise one another in a room on a housing site to overdose multiple times in a single day.
What does testing drugs do? Okay, so I'm going to tell you, you've got meth, you've got crack, cocaine, you've got fentanyl, carfentanil, acetylfentanyl, and whoops, another fentanyl I've never heard of. You've got a bit of xylazine, you've got a momentadine, and you've just paid for this, so you're not going to use it? Sorry, what are we doing when we're telling people we're testing their drugs? Okay. If we were doing it so that they said, oh my God, this is terrible, I'm going into treatment, I'll change my way of thinking, great. If we're doing this to say use a little less, where are we going? But you're in a supervised site most of the time anyway, okay? We're never going to get rid of the stigma of drug use. And who's our friend who works for the government? No, in the States. He said, there's nothing wrong with stigma. Keith Humphreys, there's nothing wrong with stigma. It helps us get better. It turns the people around.
And we're talking about stigma, not necessarily for people in terms of stigmatizing their addiction so that they don't want to get help and hiding and being shameful about it, but stigmatizing the act of using drugs.
Absolutely.
And stigmatizing that. And, I always sort of smile this drug user liberation front. I mean, we're the drug user. We want to liberate drug users from addiction. That's what we are, the drug user liberation front. I mean, it's the slavery of addiction. And I think that's so obvious. We all want that. And none of us want, people to rot away in prison for their addiction. But we also need accountability if you happen to be in, vaping in front of somebody at the Starbucks down 3 doors down from where I live, and you end up slashing the guy in the face when he asked not to vape in your kid's face. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we're trying to change. Barb, you wanted to get in there.
I was just going to say that regarding the supportive housing, we have, I think, a naturalistic experiment in Prince George. So there's a 50-bed unit that was started, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. And it's run by the Native Friendship Center. People are not allowed to use in their rooms, and they're not allowed to have visitors. They can go in drunk, they can go in high, but as long as they're not violent. So that place has been very stable. We have another place run by BC Housing that has about 50 beds. It's been open, I don't know, maybe about 2 years. People can use in their rooms. They can go in, they can drink if they want to. They can have visitors from 7 to 11 at night. And it's a disaster. The police or the fire and the ambulance won't go there without the police now. When I talked to the police this week, I said, how often do you go to the other one? It's called Friendship Lodge. He says, where is that one again? That one has been stable. It's not about stigma even. They're allowed to be users in that building, but they just can't do it in the building, and they can't turn it into a crack shack by having all their friends in there. So I think it's the funding policy that is driving them to allow the drugs in this other the newer place. And so it's not like supportive housing can't work. It's that allowing them to use drugs in the place is not, I think that's one of the biggest problems with supported housing. That's one of the reasons that I don't think we should do it anymore. We certainly shouldn't do supportive housing that lets people use drugs in there.
We have questions on housing. I mean, how do we get, sort of the government to support recovery housing as opposed to some of the housing initiatives that are there now? I mean, what do we do to move the needle on housing, on, this debate of housing first versus shelter first, drug-free recovery housing versus currently where we have consumption sites in housing, is my understanding, multiple ones. How do we get that to change?
I think the policy leaders who are involved in giving government opinions right now are the wrong people. I think we need people who are pushing recovery first rather than pushing harm reduction first. There is room for harm reduction. Do not get me wrong. As I said, I do methadone and Suboxone. But with those same people who come in and visit with me, I talk to them about 12-step. I talk to them about going for counseling. I talk to them on moving their lives forward step by step. We don't talk to the government on that. People are told, write the guidelines on safe supply. We write the guidelines. No, we should have pushback on this because we knew from day one that giving people drugs would never work because addiction is a disease of more. You need to put together the people like, I would never do it. Trust me, I get condemned for opening my mouth. I get lambasted. I'm not on any social media because if I had to read about myself, I would cry every day. But we get condemned continuously. But people who are prepared to stand up in public and talk out, get them on the committees, get people in recovery on the committees who understand how to put recovery forward and these treatments forward.
My understanding, which is a level of hearsay, I guess, is that you can't get funding for housing if you don't allow harm reduction. So I don't know whether that's coming from BC Housing or from the ministry, but, we've tried to get some housing for, people with schizophrenia, sort of group homes and stuff like that. But if we don't make it harm reduction, then we can't get it funded. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Part of harm reduction, I think, has been this idea that, and it's this term that's come about over the last 10 years, much more here than anywhere else in the world that I've seen, which is sort of this idea of a toxic drug supply or a poisoning crisis, which actually outside of Canada, in Europe and other places, we don't hear about that, but we hear about it a lot here. And that's the idea that there are some people that don't want to use fentanyl. They're at music festivals, they're at wherever, clubs, and they're being poisoned because they think they're taking a Xanax or something else, and they're not. It's fentanyl. So how does a recovery-oriented system of care that we're talking about, this kind of moving away from sort of more extreme harm reduction, how does that not leave those folks behind who maybe truly aren't seeking fentanyl?
Yeah, so, I can remember when I first got elected in 2022 and I went on Mo Amir's show and right in front of me was Van Du and then he interviewed me and I had said, well, I don't want to sound like a Nancy Reagan and just say no, but now I do kind of want to sound like Nancy Reagan. I've decided.
She's back in vogue now.
Right? I think we should teach people to say no. I think that, the reality of the emergency that we have, the dangerousness of drugs in general, even prescribed drugs, we haven't educated people, certainly not in this province, enough about the risk that using drugs at all poses to you. There are no safe drugs. Even prescriptions obviously can kill and addict you. And I just think back to during the pandemic, how there was like signs everywhere telling us to wash our hands and sing happy birthday twice as you wash your hands and stand 6 feet apart and wear a mask and all the things that we can do to keep people safe. But you see no bench with a bus sign on it. You see no billboard. You rarely see ads telling people to, educating them about the risk of using drugs at all, and trying to educate people not to use drugs. We have substances if people want to go to a festival, alcohol, marijuana is also legal in British Columbia and in Canada. And so, I mean, this idea that we have to cater to this idea that drug use is inevitable, I think is part of the problem, and we need to educate people more and keep them from using drugs in the first place.
I think that if we started treating mental health care like it was actually part of our universal healthcare system, you wouldn't have as many people wanting to recreationally use drugs. I think that's a pretty simple piece. Like, again, I'm a recovered addict. I lived through that. I know why I did drugs. I understand that. And I started out recreationally too until it wasn't. And I realized quickly that I didn't have the personality type to be able to pick it up and put it down. But I don't think most people do. And I think most people are going to turn to drugs because they are struggling with their mental health. So if we started actually treating mental health care like it was part of our publicly funded universal system of health care that we're supposed to have, then I don't think we would have these problems with getting people to not use drugs recreationally. But we don't do that. And it's harder to access mental health care half the time than it is made at this point. So I think that that's part of the problem that we're facing, is that until we make sure that people can actually get help for their mental health, we're going to continue to see people that are going to want to use drugs recreationally, and it's not safe.
As Patrick Kennedy said to us once, that's newsflash, the brain is part of the body. And it's actually the most important organ of the body. So mental health care is health care. And that's been obviously a huge issue, both sides.
Kevin, you know this. We legalized cannabis. We made a big mistake when we did that, okay? We have 99% pure THC products that are causing increased psychosis, that are leading to permanent psychosis. We are running into dangerous places, even with the cannabis that we use. We're talking about drugs here, but what kills people the most? Alcohol. We can't ignore that either. We have a terrible problem with everything in our society, and wait until the kids of the COVID and the lockup grow up, it's going to be even worse, because they had lost years of their integration and their future.
As we say, when people say, well, alcohol is legal, so, I mean, why wouldn't we just legalize other drugs too? And what I like to say is that when your headlights are broken, you don't break your taillights just to be consistent. Alcohol is not, we're not proud of it. I mean, alcohol, it's not, if you look at the data around it, it's nothing to be proud of, but it's here to stay. And then most people do enjoy it. Only 10% of drinkers drink every day versus 50% of cannabis users use every day. 50 to 60% of opioid users or more use every day. But it's legal because it's been here since before the Old Testament. That's why it's legal. It's an accident of history. I've never met anybody in public health who said that they wouldn't flip a switch if they could, just because alcohol is responsible for more incarceration, more social injustice, more social inequality. But as a whole, but on the micro level, as an individual, it's most people do drink responsibly. And we've made that decision as a society to try and regulate that and be fine with that. But I wouldn't necessarily use that, right, as an example sort of going forward. As we kind of, well, actually, I'm going to pick off something you said, Dr. Melamed, because I'm always told the third rail, you're not allowed to talk about cannabis in Canada. You can't talk about it. You're going to be reefer madness. I remember when the debate happened. I remember when essentially the person who would be your prime minister was asked this question at a school gym. There was absolutely no party platform regarding cannabis legalization, zero discussion before 2014. Then he was asked by a 15-year-old, and he just gave an off-the-cuff answer, and that became the government policy. It wasn't like there was some 10-year study period and people looked at it. It was an off-the-cuff answer that had to then be defended politically, and it became government policy. And I remember talking to people like Hedy Fry and people, longtime MPs, Liberal MPs in Vancouver. And they had zero answer when I asked about, what do you think about it, other than just, this is our new position. When you asked, why is it your new position, there was really very little of substance there. So it was almost like this happened kind of overnight by accident. And now it's here. We've seen Canada is now the #1 country in the Western Hemisphere for youth cannabis use. It's the #1 country for youth cannabis use disorder, even beating the United States, which is really saying something because we have 5 million kids in treatment for cannabis alone in the United States. Per capita, Canada is much higher. Is there anything we can do, which is we weren't allowed to talk about it, but we're talking about it anyway. You brought it up, not me. Is there anything we can do? We know that the idea of recriminalizing or prohibition, at least right now, is not going to happen. But what can we do to set up guardrails? Is there something that can be done? Are there industry actors here? I worry about the industry here because they're in bed with big tobacco, and that greatly worries me because big tobacco, you want to talk about the biggest addiction mass in the Western civilization, it was cigarettes. In terms of death and destruction, it makes fentanyl look like child's play. 400,000 people a year in U.S., here, if you combine U.S. and Canada, over 500,000 deaths. Is there anything that can be done politically that would be politically acceptable on cannabis, at least for youth? I'm going to start with Eleanor, and then we can go down the line.
So I think that, like, and Claire was correct. So two things, education, obviously, about cannabis and the risks of developing cannabis use disorder, treating mental health as healthcare and providing better access, particularly for youth, to services for their mental health. But on the sort of enforcement side, so in terms of cannabis, there is still a huge market for illicit cannabis, which has higher concentrations of THC. It has higher doses that are being sold as compared to what's actually regulated in the province of British Columbia. And same with illicit nicotine products, including vapes, 95% non-compliant for nicotine vapes. And so as a government, we need to be able to have commitments for youth mental health, anti-drug education, but also that enforcement side in terms of actually targeting illicit nicotine and illicit cannabis, which is sold widely across the province. And those are things that we can do to actually even reduce, the exposure to non-regulated products in BC.
Any other thoughts on this issue?
We need to educate the physicians. You come out of medical school with zero education on cannabis. Your patient comes into you and says, I need cannabis for my anxiety. There is not a single psychiatric diagnosis where cannabis is recommended. In fact, it is totally contraindicated. But our Veterans Affairs in Canada lays out so much money in the millions for veterans with anxiety and psychiatric disorders and PTSD. We shouldn't allow that. There are 4 indications, medical indications, where cannabis has been approved, but they are all last line. You're meant to have tried everything else. Doctors don't even know that properly and don't do that. We have said a maximum of 2 grams a day if you're going to recommend it. First, you should never be smoking anything because it always goes into your lung, right? Okay. But I've seen requests for 20 grams of cannabis a day. That's 40 joints, okay? How are you going to even get that in a day, okay? So we, as physicians, and physicians sign off on this, you look at the cannabis clinics, they're giving it for glaucoma, anxiety, pregnancy, nausea. We should not be using this drug when we're pregnant, okay? We as physicians do not understand it. So before you educate even the youth, which absolutely, Eleanor, don't educate the doctors because we don't know about this drug either.
So a bunch of these questions were coming from the audience, but one of them I particularly like. We have some very wealthy individuals in BC. We've heard of little companies like Lululemon. We've heard of little companies like Aritzia, which apparently they say is taking over the Nordstrom downtown, which can we have a conference on that actually before, because come on, we miss our Nordstrom, please. We already took the Bay away. Anyway, we're not talking about clothing, but we have these are companies that are that are originating in Vancouver. And sorry, ladies, about Aritzia. I know my wife likes it too. But the issue is, why don't we see more public-private partnerships? One of the most successful recovery-oriented therapeutic communities in the world is located just west of Rimini, Italy, near San Marino. And many of us have been there. I went there 25 years ago, called San Patrignano. And that was started by a guy who made basically loved people, and he partnered with the Pellegrino and all those Italian companies. Where is that spirit here? And why haven't we seen that, or have we? Do we know if it can come? Eleanor and then Claire. Or Claire, do you want to start?
I was just going to say, because this is a government that doesn't like private business, in my opinion. I mean, they don't want these private partnerships. They want everything to be publicly delivered. And I think that that's, in my opinion, become extremely evident. I think companies have come forward. They have offered. But this is a government that doesn't tend to like that. They like all services to be offered publicly. But they're going to have to find a way to work with the private sector to be able to deliver recovery services. Like, they just do not have the capacity right now. But part of the issue is that they do work with some private treatment centers, and one of the biggest issues we have is that we have the health authority model, which then each health authority dictates how much they're going to pay per day for that bed, none of which pay anywhere near what it actually costs to operate that bed. And each health authority is different, because the health authority model, in my opinion, is horrible. And so then you end up where these private treatment centers have to prioritize private pay clients to offset the cost of your public pay client. And then you wonder why you've got such a long wait time. So, I mean, they need to work more with private business, but they also need to understand how to make sure that that model works effectively, and that we don't end up, they love to complain about a two-tier healthcare system. They've created a two-tier healthcare system. You've got people that, you've got the working poor who can't access treatment because they don't get covered under government subsidy, but they can't afford it. You've got the people that can pay for it. They're going to get first crack at it because they can afford it, and the treatment centers need their money to be able to keep the place running. And then you've got people that are getting government subsidy to get it covered, but they are still going to come behind those people that can afford to pay. So they have created a two-tier system. And I think that they don't like working with private business, or, maybe nonprofits are a little bit easier for them, but I think that the money is out there, the opportunities are out there, but this is not a government that, in my opinion, has been very willing to do that.
Anyone else, Eleanor? Yeah,
Well, I'll just keep mine really short because, yeah, Claire really hit it on the head, because there are public-private partnerships, but the amount, that they pay per day per bed is actually less than the cost of treatment at those facilities. And the equity among the health authorities, so if you're on Island Health, you can go to Cedars, which is absolutely a gorgeous, beautiful facility. And then some of the treatment facilities that you might get sent to in Fraser Health, I would say haven't seen an update since like the 1970s. And I probably wouldn't want to send a friend or even an enemy to some of these places. They're not really conducive, some of them, to wellness. I myself would prefer not necessarily to see public-private partnerships, but the government itself and our healthcare system to take more authority, so that we don't have corporate interests necessarily pushing the agenda, but we actually have a health-centered model, expanding places like Redfish for concurrent disorders, building a new forensic psychiatric hospital, and then actually building a regional psychiatric hospital in each region, where instead of also bringing psychiatric patients to random emergency rooms, actually bringing them to a psychiatric hospital right away where they could receive different levels of care.
Barb?
I wouldn't say this is my area of expertise, but I presume there's an ideology problem, in the sense that private places would want abstinence, and I'm not sure the government would want abstinence for treatment centers, other than Redfish. That's the only one. Well, it maybe isn't the only one, but I think it's probably hard to get the government to agree to that.
Dustin said something which probably slipped by everybody. You didn't hear it. After he came out of treatment, he was urine drug tested for 2 years. Okay. We do that with people who are in safety sensitive positions. So doctors, lawyers, accountants, your construction workers, your first responders, they are monitored for 2 years, because recovery is not easy. Getting sober is easy. Okay? You're in a beautiful little environment. When you finally get into your bed, you can do it. But you come out and the world still sucks and it's hard. Dustin needed that support. Everybody else needs that support as well. And that is what we should be investing in, is the long-term follow-up of people when they come out. because I think that is really important and we don't do that. We cannot just say, go with God when you come out of a treatment center. We have to support people. We have to be there. Recovery works, but recovery is difficult. I don't know if anybody here was at the Recovery Capital Conference in Alberta, but a psychiatrist stood up there and gave an incredible analogy. We were talking about involuntary care. And he said, if somebody stands on the bridge and they're threatening suicide, you have police, you have first responders, you have everybody there is taken to a psychiatric hospital. You have that same person under the bridge injecting drugs, and there is nobody there to help them. And there is no difference between those two.
Very powerful. We have a lot of great questions that unfortunately we're not going to be able to get to, but many of them center as maybe we can just go down the line this last time as we finish up. Many of them just center around, how do we get harm reduction and recovery to work together? How do we, change? What do we need to do to change the cultures? What specifically do we need to do to change the political and social culture around addiction in the province and beyond in order to kind of change where we are right now? So maybe you can give us your parting wisdom in 45 seconds or so. We can go down. Eleanor, I'll put you on the spot to go first.
I think just having conversations like this, keeping on getting together with like-minded people, supporting one another. When I first started as a critic for mental health and addiction, bringing up issues of the diversion of safe supply and speaking out against the problems with decriminalization, it was kind of lonely at times. But, I met other like-minded individuals. We've now connected and created, I think, quite a bit of movement. And so we just need to keep fighting, keep supporting one another and move the province forward.
Necessarily suggesting this, but what we did in Prince George was we had a petition to get a psychiatric hospital. And 5,000 people signed that petition. So that's been helpful, I think, in terms of I think the community felt hopeless in terms of what they could do to improve the situation. And I think when we had that petition, we weren't talking about drugs so much then, but that was going to be part of it. It was mostly about mental illness. And I think the community really stepped up. And so getting the communities involved, I think they are involved. I don't so much see that there's a big push for psychiatric hospital in the Lower Mainland. We've had a very clear push for a psychiatric hospital in the north. You guys need it probably as worse than we do, but it's not on the radar so much. So I think getting that on your radar would be more explicitly would be better.
I think that, trying to find ways to make harm reduction and recovery work together, it's the ideological thing. Like I mentioned earlier, we can't weaponize compassion. I'm not saying I'm against all harm reduction measures. I think some are great. I think some could be tweaked, and I think some are really bad. But at the end of the day, we can still do both. It's just we can't allow people to keep on weaponizing compassion. We have to be honest with ourselves about what is actually compassionate. We need to be honest about where we want to see our province moving, our country moving when it comes to treating this. And do we want people to get better? Or do we want to just keep them in the same place and allow them to just continue this managing decline, and there's ways to make both work together, but absolutely the province needs to make the investments in capacity around treatment and everything. If they're going to make investments in harm reduction, there has to be investments made in treatment and recovery that are going to match that to ensure that we're not just keeping people in the same place, letting them go to a safe injection site every day and eventually die because they're not being given any access to treatment, forced into it when it's necessary. If they're at severe risk, I do think that there is absolutely a place for involuntary treatment. But again, we have to make sure that the voluntary treatment is available to people first. We deal with the issues around social housing and ensure that that's not being allowed there anymore. There's quite a few things that can be done to still bring both sides together. I think it's just there has to be a desire there to work together.
What Claire said. Involuntary care needs to start tomorrow. We don't need another committee. We don't need another discussion. Voluntary beds need to get built immediately. It's not going to happen. We've asked for this. The money is going in the wrong direction. We need to change the way we do things. We need to understand there's a large population on the downtown east side and Pandora and everywhere who basically are not candidates for either of these models. And we need to think of something different for those people. They are going to continue using, I don't like to use the word palliative care, but we have a third subgroup that we're not necessarily looking at. But we need to address them with compassion as well and decide what's necessary there too. So everything, this discussion, we need to put something forward to government, and please God, they'll listen.
Just about the voluntary care. The people I see with severe addictions would not get in, they wouldn't be accepted into voluntary care. So I just don't want people to think that we need to do voluntary care first, and then if that doesn't work, involuntary care. No, the people that I see, and I think that you see, they got to go direct to involuntary care. So I just wanted to make that point.
Well, we know that 90% of people with an addiction who meet the criteria for a DSM addiction, when then you ask them, do you think you have a problem? They say no. So that's part of the problem. Thank you so much for this incredible panel. I want to give them a round of applause. Wonderful, really insightful women. Thank you. And we're going to break for about 10 minutes and come back with our second panel. Thanks so much.
check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Hello, everyone. 5 more minutes, the session will begin.
Hey everybody, we're about to start. If you could please find your seats, I would really appreciate it. I also have a little bit of a special announcement hot off the press that we just heard about that I will share in a sec. So, no, we don't have to share a mic. They have it. Well, we're really excited for this next panel. It's really an honor and a privilege to have such an incredible group of people here that are really on the front lines, both medically, politically, culturally here in the province. It's an honor, and what an honor to have Lynn Kennedy, the former Vancouver City Councillor, who was really there when the 4 pillars got started. She'll be the first to tell you we forgot about a bunch of those pillars, unfortunately, and we only focused on one, but we now really want to bring back balance. And one thing I just want to say very quickly, too, is we just got word, maybe some of you know this, I just got it from, just came over a wire, basically, that the province is announcing today, government's announcing today, much stricter regulations on so-called safe supply. So it's a move in the right direction. It's not where we need to be, but it's actually a move in the right direction. And maybe it's just coincidentally that this conference is happening today and getting the press that it is. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. What does matter is I think I hope, ever so slowly moving toward a more sane and rational drug policy. So I think that's awesome. Lynn, you take it away.
Did I turn it on? I did. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be part of this very interesting discussion today. And I mean, we're even part of breaking news, as Kevin just announced. So today we're going to talk about what are we getting right and what are we getting wrong. And we have 5 panelists. We have 2 politicians and 3 doctors. And I think 2 of them are psychiatrists, so they could probably help us what's wrong with our heads. Anyway, we'll give it a try today. So I'm going to briefly introduce them in just a quick sentence, and then we'll start in and they can give you your opinions, give us their opinions on what we're getting right and what we're getting wrong. So Brad, I'm going to start with you first, that you're a very articulate mayor, and you're every politician's dream of a mayor, because you didn't have to run for election last time. You just got there because you must have been so good at the job that nobody else thought they could run against you. So no campaigning. So he got right to the job. You could get right to it right away without having to give it up and think about other things. But you then led your community in passing some bylaws that had nothing to do with government policy. In fact, you were sticking up for your community. How did you do that? Include that in what you talk about today, if you will. But now over to you about what did we get right and what did we get wrong in the last 3 years since we've heard from you here at Prosper. So talk.
There we go. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be back here. Yes, being acclaimed, I highly recommend it. It's a great way to, my wife in particularly appreciate it because it meant that I was at home during the election season, helping with the kids rather than out knocking on doors. Just to speak a little bit about the path that Port Coquitlam took, and it was interesting because it is a path that brought us into direct conflict with the province and the province's approach. This was shortly after decriminalization was being rolled out throughout British Columbia, and as the very predictable outcome of that played out in our streets and in our parks and in our communities, Port Coquitlam decided to step out in a different direction. And we did so very specifically because of what I heard from our bylaw officers, that they were experiencing a noted increase in the amount of public drug use in locations where that is particularly inappropriate. And there was one incident that I spoke directly to a resident of our community that was sort of the trigger for me to say enough is enough. And it was at a child's birthday party in one of our premier parks. And they can rent out a picnic shelter and have the birthday party, and we have a fantastic playground there. incredibly popular. And so that was happening. They had the birthday party, I believe their son was turning 9 or 10. And there was an individual who was using drugs right in the playground. And so the dad went and approached him and said, excuse me, do you mind not doing that here? We're doing a birthday party. And he told him to F off. And so what do they do next? Well, they phone the police. And the police said, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do anything about that. Well, we don't have the authority to compel that person not to use drugs in that place. So they called me the next day, and Port Coquitlam passed a bylaw that prohibited public drug use throughout our community, a bylaw that still stands. The province, obviously, at that point was just dead set against it. I could tell you that I had a number of phone calls. They sent various MLAs, cabinet minister, to try and dissuade us from doing that. But we felt it was important to stand up for our community, so we did that, still in place. And it provided our bylaw officers the legal authority to compel people to not use drugs in a playground, in a park, in a community center, in a variety of other places. And of course, since that time, I think largely owing to the work of people in this room, we really, I think, have seen the pendulum swing in a different direction. I have to say, from my various interactions with the Premier on a whole host of issues, from housing to municipal affairs to public safety and drugs, I don't believe I've ever heard this Premier in particular admit that he was wrong. And the fact that he did so on this issue tells you a lot about what has transpired in British Columbia.
Thank you. So now we'll go to the second politician on the stage, and this is Steve Cooner. He's a lawyer and MLA for Richmond, Queensborough, and you won your seat a year ago, almost a year ago, or a little past a year ago. So you're the critic for the Attorney General. So what can you tell us about what we're getting right and what we're getting wrong? So I could say, what would be the first thing you would do if you were the AG?
Well, I did introduce a private member bill just in the spring, which continued into the fall session. It was Bill M213, the Drug Use Prevention Education in Schools Act. And so that, I see that a lot of, when we're talking about the drugs crisis, a lot of this discussion is around treatment and recovery, but I think the missing element we need to focus quite a bit on is drug use prevention. And so I brought forward that bill, and what that bill was purporting to do was essentially having some measurables and having some deliverables in terms of drug use prevention education in schools. That bill would have made it mandatory that curriculum would have included drug use prevention education. It would have made it mandatory that there would be clear messaging within schools, classrooms, hallways, and then there would be a reporting mechanism once a year to the education minister explaining what effect was taking place in terms of drug use prevention education. That bill, unfortunately, was up for second reading debate and was struck down by the government MLAs. And so it unfortunately didn't make it through the House. And so I think I do see that in the justice sphere, we have a lot of people going through the system, but we need to we spend a lot of time dealing with people that are going through the system, but we also need to focus on prevention. And one of the tools of prevention is dealing with the underlying crisis, with the drug crisis, helping kids, preventing kids from using drugs in the first place. And when you look at the costs that have to go along with drug use prevention, they're way less than when, say, people get into the stream of having to fight addictions. It's the cost of fighting addictions is a lot more than spending on drug use prevention. So I think we need to, in addition to treating and recovery and focusing on that, we also need to have a significant focus on drug use prevention.
Thank you for that. What a good idea. Maura, you're next. This is Dr. Maura Duran-Goodman, and you have extensive experience too in managing addictions, and perhaps you can tell us a little bit about what you do and what you think went right and wrong.
Sure. Pretty much Jenny Malamet and myself work together in most things, so we're kind of interchangeable in some respects. So her experience is mine, or to a degree. What are we getting right? I think that there are people here from recovery societies across the province that are doing fantastic work and underappreciated work. And that, shout out to Lorinda, almost 30 years in recovery and going strong, and people like her who do the quiet stuff every day. And that's what we're getting right. I think we have a fantastic and also underappreciated first responders group. The people who go out there and deal with those overdoses every day. I mean, if you're a firefighter now, 90% of your work is probably Narcan, and so on. So I think those people are doing fantastic work, the VPD, etc. Where do I think we're going wrong? I think that there's a saying when you get off at the train station, mind the gap. And it means that the gap trying to get people into detox, and we have to get them into detox now because of the toxicity of the drugs, and then trying to get them transitioning into treatment. And then after that, what happens after that? That's what we're getting wrong. Kevin referenced San Patriano in Italy. They have a 3-year program. They claim, I don't know the data, but they claim a 70% success rate at 3 years. But it takes that long. You can't just drop somebody off the end and say, go back and get a job. There is a recovery center that I've been to in Ireland called Coolmine. They keep people for quite a number of months. And in the beginning, they try to get people to actually, take them on for jobs afterwards. What they found is that after a while, the employers started coming to them saying, do you have anybody? Because people in recovery are sober, show up for work, don't steal the tools, and don't cause problems on the job. So we have to shift the mindset of our government to realize that investing in this is going to pay us off in the long term. It's going to return taxpayers to the community. The other thing that I think we're getting wrong is that I think that, I heard Kevin talking years ago at a conference of doctors where he was describing what was going on in this province. Some people couldn't believe it because in other states and countries, they don't see this. They don't see what we deal with every day in terms of harm reduction and the harm that we've seen on the streets. And again, harm reduction to me means methadone and Suboxone. But I think that we have to try to start having the conversations. And for me, the basis of the conversations is promoting very good, solid research, because the research will guide us at the end of the day. We have some of it. We need to have the conversations about with both sides that are sort of advocating for their position, and have people with credibility come in and speak to us. Keith Humphreys, John Kelly in Harvard, Anna Lemke and Starva in Stanford, David Best in England. The research is there if we will listen to it. And I think that's what we need to be started doing in this government.
Good, thank you. Dr. Puya Azar. So if anyone was here last year, which I think quite a few of you were, you showed us a movie about Justin and what true addiction was really like. And that was very interesting for us to see firsthand your conversation with him. You are the medical manager of CPAS, the Complex Pain and Addiction Service with Vancouver Coastal Health. And you also talked last year about the revolving door. And perhaps you can tell us what you think we're getting right and what we're getting wrong.
Thank you for that introduction, and it really is a pleasure to be here. You mentioned Justin, so maybe what we can do, maybe I can try to illustrate some points just going through his story and his trajectory. As some of you may remember, he was a 24-year-old man. He'd been homeless in Vancouver's downtown east side for 4 years. And the reason that he came into hospital when I was working was he was using fentanyl in the bathroom of a mall in downtown Vancouver. Security found him, threw him down a large set of escalators, threw him down the next set of escalators, picked him up and threw him into the sidewalk. It was raining that night. He broke his femur. So a passerby called 911. He was brought to the emergency department. So at that point in the emergency department, we have a young person. He's got a broken femur. He needs surgery urgently. He needs life-saving medical treatment. He was addicted to fentanyl, so highly opioid tolerant, meaning that he was in opioid withdrawal, but also pain management is extremely difficult in that setting. He also used methamphetamine, and there's a real reason why he used methamphetamine. We can get into that. But that meant that he was psychotic and he was agitated. So he needed to have his agitation and psychosis treated just to get him to the OR. On top of all of that, he was homeless. Okay, so now how did Justin get to where he was? He was a kid living in one of the suburbs, excellent student in high school. He played soccer. He was an excellent soccer player. He wanted to go to college with a soccer scholarship. Turns out he struggled with anxiety, and he didn't know what anxiety was as a child, but it was debilitating for him. He had a knee injury, got surgery, went on to oxycodone, a prescription opioid. Made his pain go away, but guess what? It actually really helped with his anxiety as well. And when it came time to come off of the oxycodone, the benefits that he got with regards to his anxiety outweighed the cons of getting illicit oxycodone. So he started buying oxycodone, prescription opioids. Okay, let's just pause there for a second. Young person in high school, he should know what anxiety is. He should have the ability to talk about anxiety and seek help. Right now, that's not happening. He should know the dangers of opioids, and he should specifically know the dangers of prescription opioids. I don't believe flooding the streets with prescription opioids as a form of treatment is effective or safe. So we're talking about prevention, early intervention at this point. Okay, how did he end up in Vancouver's downtown east side? I have an interview that I've actually published. Young person, he lived in Abbotsford. He got mixed up with drug use. He kept getting caught because he would break into cars, he would steal things, he would sell them to fund his drug use. He kept getting thrown into jail. And then his lawyer said, you know what, Ross, why don't you go to Vancouver? Drugs are cheaper. You're not going to get thrown in jail. It's going to be much easier for you. And that's what he did. And guess what? Justin also ended up in Vancouver's downtown east side. And not because it's easy to get help there, but it was easier for him to be able to support his substance use. Right? So now he's in hospital. He uses fentanyl. The traditional pain and addiction treatment protocols that we have are less and less effective in patients who use fentanyl. We need research, we need innovation, we need to come up with new ways of treating our patients more effectively. And we need to have this research funded. Without it, we wouldn't even get through the first door, which is getting him into surgery. He would be out to use again. So we need research. Okay, he got through his surgery. Post-operatively, we use our innovative protocols that we've developed through our program, research program, to treat him and get him onto opioid agonist therapy. At this point, we can get anybody off of any amount of fentanyl onto methadone or buprenorphine in 1 day. We can do that in hospital right now through our program. If it was as easy as that, we would not have an overdose crisis. Because what we typically do is then discharge them right back to Vancouver's downtown east side. Right? So to me, in many ways, that's like treating somebody with a gambling addiction in a facility and then discharging them right into a casino and saying good luck. Right? It's not going to be effective. And now we have a revolving door. So we need to be able to have this transition. Getting into detox right now is not very difficult, but I don't believe that's the final answer. We need to be able to transition people to treatment. For Justin, we needed to reach out to his family. We needed to have family meetings. We needed to describe what we'd done in hospital, what his goals were, what his treatment is, and what the next stage in his care would look like. He was able to go back home to his mom. And 6 years later, he's gone married. He has taken over the family business. He's abstinent. He's on buprenorphine, which is a medication for opioid use disorder, but he's doing beautifully. So I think the final thing that I will end on is we're often told that this is not a treatable condition, that people cannot recover. And I don't believe in that. I believe it's treatable, but you need to treat the full picture. You need to treat that. You need to educate young people. You need to treat underlying mental illness that may be driving substance use. You have to address the psychosocial factors so we're not sending people right back onto the streets. And you need to be innovative with regards to medical treatment as well. So that's my part.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear some more of Justin's story, more of a happy ending. Next, we have Dr. Daniel Vigo, and he is the Chief Scientific Advisor to the current government on psychiatry, toxic drugs, and concurrent disorders. And he was appointed almost a year ago? A bit more, a year and a half ago. Okay, we'll do that. And the announcement said he will access all relevant data sources, conduct centralized data analysis and interpretation, and provide ongoing evidence-based recommendations to enhance the health system's response. Wow, that's a heavy job. I think you probably have a very important job. So can you tell us how this is working for you?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. Well, I think it's working. It's working to an extent, in the sense that when I was called to help the government, maybe one way to say what's not working and what's working, when I was called to help the government, it was with the idea of turning around almost 180 degrees, in the sense of we had been relying on a form of safe supply that was not working. We were relying on a form of decriminalization without treatment that was not working. And we had a framing for the Mental Health Act that was harming our patients. And so, it took some time for me and the Premier to work out a way of trying to do this that had a chance of being effective. And that was to create an independent scientific office to access data and provide evidence-based recommendations that was independent from the other offices in the government, the ministries, or the political process, or the parties, that had a budget to do research and to engage with the multiple stakeholders that needed engaging, and that had some guarantee of implementation in real time. And so the Premier came up with this sort of wildfire task force model, where we meet regularly with the Premier and the ministers, and then I work with the ADMs and the health authorities on implementation. And so my recommendations that I presented in September of last year were the first one, that the policy had to be based on data analysis that I would access. And that has worked very well. I have asked data access from health authorities, from the BCCDC, from the government, and all of that has worked very, very well, which allows me to identify what I think is the main thing we're doing wrong, which is that when we say that, for example, in BC, there's 40 per 100,000 people who die of opioid overdose, what that sort of obfuscates or obscures is the fact that for people with severe mental illness, which are 2% of the population, that is 900 per 100,000. So if we look at the 250,000 overdose episodes that had happened in BC in the past 10 years, more than 50% of those overdose episodes happened to the 2% of the population with severe mental illness. And 45% of the people who die every year come from that 2%. So that is the catastrophe of these past 10 years, that we have ignored the services that we needed to provide to people with severe mental illness. We have framed that in various ways. We have tried all sorts of social experiments that were bound to fail, as everyone said they were bound to fail if they were doing in the way that they were done. And so in that context, I was called to, with the Premier's very firm decision, to fix this. And since then, I have provided 9 recommendations. One is the evidence-based policymaking. The other one is the clarification of the applicability of the Mental Health Act for people with substance use disorders. Again, the other big confusion that reigned during the past couple of decades was that you couldn't treat substance use disorders under the Mental Health Act. Someone came up with that idea and pushed it through advocacy. Some of my colleagues pushed that. Some of my colleagues still think that they're doing their patients a favor by not providing medical care when they are impaired. And so we clarified that for adults, that we can and have to treat substance use disorders with the Mental Health Act when the persons are mentally impaired. And now I'm providing more clarifications for children and youth. And that will be life-saving, brain-sparing policy. I think that's going to be the most important thing that I probably will do as part of my work. So that's the clarification of the mental. Oh, the other conflation, obfuscation, is that we can't, many of my colleagues, psychiatrists, thought, oh no, we can't provide buprenorphine under the Mental Health Act. Another idea that someone came up with and convinced everyone else that you can't give buprenorphine under the Mental Health Act. That's false. There's no restriction as to the psychiatric care that we can provide. And providing depot antipsychotic and depot buprenorphine is a life-saving decision that my phone rings weekly with some colleague telling me that they recall the patient to provide the depot antipsychotic and the depot buprenorphine that they have prescribed under Form 5, and some person in an ED says, oh no, I can provide the depot antipsychotic, but not the depot buprenorphine. Look, these colleagues here in the hospital are telling me I can't, which is an invented thing that they have no authority to refuse to do. Anyhow, so clarification of the use of the Mental Health Act for people with substance use disorders. And by the way, which in BC means that we cannot treat long-term the substance use disorder in the absence of a state of impairment. That's also important because it's something that our Mental Health Act does not provide us with the tools to do. Then the streamlining of access to life-saving pharmacotherapies. Clozapine saves the lives of the patients. Lots of red tape and risk-averse protocols that are fine for the general population, but are not fine for people who are severely affected and cannot go to life labs weekly. So we created a protocol for that. Generalizing access to buprenorphine. This is something every physician should take. There's no need to take any course, no need to take any specialized. My colleagues, for some reason, have some qualms about prescribing buprenorphine. They should. And so we're trying to make that more well-known. Depot naltrexone, another life-saving drug that we don't have widespread access here in Canada for some combination of bureaucracy and private sector, misguided priorities. Well, now we have a pathway in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. We found a way, and we think we're going to make this available, and that will be again a life-saving intervention. Streamlining also the incentives for the people, the human resources psychiatrists that work with the most severely affected population, because we make it very difficult and people are burnt out and half the positions are unfilled. It's ridiculous. So we're trying to streamline that. And then we've created some beds that didn't exist, approved homes. They existed in the Mental Health Act as a possibility, but because of the advocacy of the same sectors that I'm assuming with well-intentioned, but had blocked the creation of approved homes. An approved home is a place where someone can go to live when they have a severe mental illness. Their baseline is so poor that they are cooped up in the 5th floor of a hospital somewhere, or a tertiary hospital, pacing the hallways. And now, in the approved home, they have a nice home with a garden where they can go out and do things, and they're receiving very close psychosocial therapeutic interventions by a team that seeks to improve their baseline. So that we created 2 of those with 18 beds in Maple Ridge. Mental health unit in corrections. That's another obvious thing that should have happened decades ago. People who are our patients wind up in corrections very frequently because they get in trouble with the law, get in all sorts of situations. And the Mental Health Act does not allow for treatment to be delivered in corrections. And so what happened to these patients is they were certified, they were put in segregation and had to wait for a month for a bed to free up in the forensic hospital, acquiring brain injury by banging their heads against the wall. Imagine 1 month untreated in a segregation room, psychotic, agitated, etc. We designated Surrey pretrial as a unit, and now they get treatment the minute they need it. We link them with the health system when they come out, or we send them back the minute they're stabilized and can be with the general population of the correction. We have created 160 beds that are if I don't know the history so well, but I think they are the first tertiary beds that have been created since 1980 something, not counting Redfish. And so we've created 60, well, they are in the process of being created, 60 for the north that will provide the continuum of care, approved home, tertiary, and concurrent disorders, and 100 for the lower mainland, again, for the continuum of care. And then the strengthening of the assertive community treatment strategy. We are creating specialized ACT teams to deal with the REVOI patients, the repeat violent offenders. The first one in the downtown east side is already being developed. And then a flexible ACT team strategy that can help us provide services to the moderately severe to severe, which are now completely out because the ACT teams are, completely filled by people at the most severe end of the spectrum. So what's not working? Well, what was not working, I've already mentioned, and is everyone knows the policies that defy common sense in general don't work. And the ones that do, when you focus on the evidence that tells you that more than half the overdose episodes in a decade happen to the 2% of the population with severe mental illness, you cannot exclude those folks from withdrawal management beds, for recovery beds. Every bed in the province needs to have a hypothesis as to what's the way to treat someone who gets agitated in a withdrawal management bed, in a recovery bed, etc. Let me stop here.
Okay, thank you. That was a lot to take in about what you're doing. So looking to our other panelists, listening to what you've heard in your own thoughts, if we had Premier Eby sitting here beside us, what would you tell him is the top priority? What do we have to start with first? We've heard so many different ideas today and so many different approaches and angles and places to come from. What would you say is the priority? Yeah. How would you prioritize?
I think at the end of the day, in this province, you have to bring all parties together in a neutral, respectful environment, because the policies should be based on science and not on, special interest groups from either side. And you have to get buy-in from all parties. We'll always disagree on stuff, but I think you have to have research that supports the policies that you inform, rather than just giving in to one group or another because you need to get reelected.
Brad, how would you prioritize?
Well, I think we have to stop allowing this discussion to be dictated by individuals and groups who it is in their interest that we don't get to a place of recovery. And in our province, on so many issues, we allow such a small, but very vocal minority to dictate what happens in British Columbia. And this is certainly the case on this issue. At some point, you have to tell those people, sorry, we're moving on. And if they want to be upset on the sidelines and scream and holler, you have to let that happen. We have to then move forward with the types of discussions and ideas that we've had here with a sense of urgency and the scale that meets the challenge we're facing in our province. I don't need to be glib about it, but it's kind of like, get on with it. When I hear you describe, some of the things that you're having to go through and correct because one person says you can't do that. I mean, what comes to mind is we're not even getting the basics of this correct. It should not be that difficult. It should not take that much time. So those are the types of things that I think government needs to act with and just cut through the noise. And quite frankly, again, if there are people who don't want to be part of a solution, we should stop allowing them to hijack everything that needs to happen.
Go ahead. Let's hear from you.
Thank you. Well, I can speak from the perspective of a clinician scientist. You know, I think it's important to follow the evidence. And when there's a void of evidence, and in addiction care, we are still in a major void of evidence, we have to generate the evidence. And evidence doesn't get generated on its own. So we need support to be able to do so. You know, in cardiology, we wouldn't roll out a clinical protocol or a public health initiative just because a group of people said it's the right thing to do, that's what we should do, or people with heart disease, this is what they want. You know, that would never happen. It would never happen in oncology either. So why is it happening in addiction medicine? You know, it's nonsensical. And when I present at international conferences, you know, people are looking at us for our innovation, but BC is also becoming the stereotypical way of how not to do things from a public health perspective. And it's unfortunate because a lot of good work is also being happening in British Columbia, but you have to follow the evidence. So I think that I'll end with that.
Steve, go to you next, and what would you do to prioritize?
I think the message from the Premier needs to be clear from the top. It was about a month and a half ago, when he was at some forum and he stated that decriminalization was the wrong policy. And then I was working my bill through the House, the drug use prevention education. Now, if decriminalization was a wrong policy, I think the Premier needs to take leadership and make sure that we are following the correct policies. We are taking ideology out from the solutions that we need to solve the crisis. When I had my Drug Use Prevention Education in Schools Act bill at second reading, I made some closing remarks to the government MLAs. They had one issue, and that had to do with one word I only used once throughout my whole bill. It stated that stigmatize. They were hung up on that one word. I told the government MLAs in that debate, I'm like, you can be on the side of drug use prevention education today. If you have a problem with one word, you can send this bill to committee stage. You guys, you have the votes. You can change one word to a word that sounds more in terms of your liking. And we could get that Drug Use Prevention Education in Schools Act passed. The option was given. But time and time again, we are seeing ideology being brought into the fold. And we need to see leadership right directly from our Premier. And we need to keep the ideology out from the solutions. Because if we have the ideology that still exists, we have the special interest groups that are still steering that ideology, we will not find a solution. And we need to have a common sense solution. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Daniel, now you've heard all this. If you could start your job over again and you could write the job description, if you could write your own job description and start over, what kind of job would it be if you were to prioritize, if you could do what you want?
Well, I did write my job. So, no, I mean, I think what I do have to say is that implementing change from government is very difficult, not only because of the interest groups, which is of course true, also the legislative process is very, very complex and adversarial, as was pointed out. And we see that time and again. And that's not something that I am able to do anything with. But what I will say is that Those recommendations that I put out have had support, unwavering support from the Premier. I continue to encounter all sorts of sources of opposition and of difficulties, but I think that slowly we're moving in the right direction. We're not drifting back to what was wrong, despite a lot of pressure all the time. And we are inching forward. And we are, as was said before, working with everyone, because again, here the idea is not to point fingers, at least from my perspective. The idea is to find a way to fix this, because everyone involved behind any of these policies had the best intentions at heart, right? Now, we understand better what didn't work and what we can do differently. We all know that to engage people in care, sometimes we need to use opioids in creative ways. So I understand that. The impetus behind what is now called the prescribed alternative programs is very understandable, because the guidelines that we have are completely outdated, right? And they really don't help for the patients that we have. But the only way to do that, to use opioids where the patient is, meet them where they're at, is if we have a hypothesis to bring them into treatment. The problem was when we don't have a hypothesis of treatment, when we just allow them to continue their journey that is with very bad prognosis.
Okay, so you have a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that I think that in terms of Mr. Eby, I think we need to ask him to have accountability. We know how accountable we have to be in recovery. We know how important it is for our patients. It is just the same for the government, because I think they also have to be accountable, not just to our suffering population and addiction, but also to all of the small businesses, all of the first responders who deal with this stuff every day, all the people who feel it's unsafe to walk down our streets. Those people have rights and expectations as well, and I think he has to be accountable to them as well.
Any other comments on that topic? There's a question that came up here, which actually you can answer, Dr. Vigo. It was disappeared. Anyway, it's how many redfish, like addiction and mental illness facilities, are required in BC to have a full continuum of care? How many? I guess, or buildings, or, yeah.
Right.
We've
Well,
heard a lot of numbers today.
Right. Well, we actually have, one of the things we're doing is something called needs-based planning. Needs-based planning is to actually measure how many FTEs of each profession are needed and how many beds at each level, ED, acute, tertiary, etc., for the province. We're doing that with the health authorities now as we speak. We already have an estimate of what's needed. My estimate is that we're underbedded by about a third. But this is very preliminary. We still have to finish counting with the health authorities because of how data is managed in the province. There's very little visibility from the government into what happens within the health authority. It's quite remarkable, actually, how that thing works. And so now we have visibility because of I have delegated function from the Section 10 of the Ministry of Health Act. And so I think we're underbedded by about a third. At every level. That means housing, because there's for people with severe mental illness and severe addiction, there's a continuum of need from tertiary to housing. And so it doesn't work if we just create a 20-bed, model niche service here if we don't have a hypothesis of how we scale it up. So what we are doing is providing the models for the government to work with the legislative powers and with the Treasury to find the wherewithal and the funds to expand those beds.
So no number yet, but lots
No,
to
we're
do.
counting it actually. The actual gap, we're counting it as we speak. So that's it also takes time. That's the other thing. What we need, if we want to do evidence-based policy making, then we need to wait for the data, right? But still, we're so underbedded that we could pick up the pace a little bit.
So we see the clock ticking in front of us. So I want to ask each of the panelists to give one thought that you'd like to leave with your audience here today. One thought.
I think you're seeing it. I think we're seeing positive change and propelling policy forward by discussions like this.
I'll do two, but I'll make them quick. The first is, I think we need to get our heads wrapped around how we deal with some of the just completely illogical, defying common sense decisions that are coming down from some of the courts. There are some decisions that judges are making with respect to striking down very modest attempts by government to put some guardrails in place. And I think that this is on the mind of government constantly. They're just, you talked about the complexity of the legislative process. They're so concerned about being challenged and losing in court. I think it is really hamstringing our ability to do things that are just completely logical and a common sense approach. So we have to be able to rectify this challenge that we have. It is rampant throughout a whole bunch of criminal code offenses and the rest. The other piece with respect to prevention, I want to make sure we don't forget about the importance of people being able to have a good quality of life supported by high quality employment. I am so concerned about the future of our province economically and people feeling desperation, not being able to pay bills, not being able to get ahead. People are stressed. All of those conditions are the types of things that drive people towards substance abuse. And I am very concerned when you look at the economic headwinds that we have in British Columbia, that more and more people are going to find themselves in that situation.
I also have a couple of points, but I'll make them quick as well. I see the red light flashing in front of me. No, ignore it. Okay. Okay. The first thing is, I think, looking at this panel, I think there are two organizations that are noticeably absent. One is, representation from Ministry of Public Safety or law enforcement, BPD, RCMP. I feel like in addiction medicine, mentioning law enforcement has become a pejorative thing to do. But I feel like it's an important component of the solution, and we can't continue to ignore it. So I feel like we need to work closely with our law enforcement colleagues when it comes to public policy and public health policy with regards to addiction. So that's one. The other group is educators. I would love to see somebody from the Ministry of Education, administrators from high schools, etc., to be part of the solution as well. I have 3 young boys, 8 years old, 15 years old, and 19 years old. So all different stages of schooling. And there's very little that's being done in their schools right now when it comes to prevention education for addiction. My 15-year-old, last year, he called me and he's like, Dad, Jimmy, I'm not using his real name, Jimmy needs your help. Jimmy was a close friend of his. We live near UBC. They went to school on UBC campus, excellent high school. So I called Jimmy, I bring him to my office, and guess what? He's addicted to Safe Supply hydromorphone. Right. So here it is, it's actually showing up in my living room now. So we had a lengthy discussion, and he was also struggling with some mental illness, and this is a solution that he found that showed up to high school parties and was effective for him. He didn't know what it was. He didn't know what opioids were. He didn't know what dillies were. He didn't know the risk of addiction. I feel like that's unacceptable. And then the other, I think, factor which sort of ties into this, Dr. Vigo talked about the need to be creative when it comes to using opioids. I agree with that, but I think this creativity has to be driven by scientific rationale and the scientific process. In medicine, we have this scientific process which is protective for the field of medicine. We have plenty of examples where public health initiatives or treatment initiatives were launched that did not go through this process of clinical trials, evidence generation, etc., and really bad things have happened in the past. So, it's not rocket science. I think we just have to go back to basics, follow this process that we have available to us in medicine to generate high-level evidence. I think if that had happened, Jimmy would not have gotten addicted to hydromorphone.
Thank you. One last quick word.
Well, I think that the main thing is continuing to have a conversation with all the sectors that are involved, the communities, the municipalities, the provincial government, the different fields of involved in the care of people with mental health and substance use disorders. And I agree, someone said we can't allow to have our discussions, our evidence-based, common sense discussions be derailed with threats, with attacks, with all sorts of ways in which certain conversations had been sort of ruled unacceptable for a long time. And in that sense, I think that from my perspective, we need to start using the tools we have better. And the most obviously misused one is the Mental Health Act. It's mind-boggling to me. I was looking at a news piece a couple of days ago about a family in, I don't remember if it was Kamloops or where, who had a kid overdosing all the time, and the physicians telling them that there's nothing they could do, and so on and so forth. So, you know, there are things we can do, and there are things we should do to prevent the increasing burden of acquired brain injury in children and youth. So, and I agree. The other one is schools. There are evidence-based interventions that could be deployed throughout the province in schools, and that would be the biggest bang for the buck, I think.
Thank you. That's kind of on your theme. Steve, do you want to sum up?
What I'd like to say is that in terms of this crisis, it's affecting all people, regardless of socioeconomic background. Like, I personally know people that have been affected. I've had family members affected, friends of friends being affected. So this crisis is very, very huge. And we have to have a holistic approach where we're being proactive, where we're engaging with prevention. And in terms of the remarks of the justice system, our administration of justice is underfunded. We need to have more resources in there. And so one element of dealing with the exhaustive resources right now is to make sure that we are getting less cases coming through the doors. And in order to get less cases coming through the doors, we have to engage with all strategies. And that involves being more proactive. That involves engaging with prevention. And so that's what I'd like to say. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. I'd like to thank our panel for giving you as much information as they could today. So thank you for participating.
That's a great panel. Thank you so much to everybody. Lynn, thank you for moderating. We're excited to move us along to the third panel. It will be moderated by Adam Zivo. Some of you know Adam's work. Oh, thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. In the National Post, as well as for his Center for Responsible Drug Policy, and really for exposing some of the issues around taxpayer-funded drug programs that are, now actually being rolled back. So we're very excited to have this along with Jenny Yang from Richmond. We can ask all the panelists to come up, please. Dr. Lynette Reeb, who many of you saw also spoke last year. We're going to welcome back Dustin, because I know some of you may have some questions for him, and we'd love for him to contribute. And we're very excited to have Kevin Harris with us too. For those in the skateboarding community, really an icon. And actually, I recommend, if any of you are in Richmond or staying in Richmond after this, there's a really neat historical display of really Canadian skateboarding history with all of Kevin's stuff at the Richmond near the Richmond Library, where the kind of the City Hall offices are, the cultural annex. There's a whole display there, which is really neat. And Kevin is really giving back to the community in major ways through prevention and education and awareness. So we're happy to have everyone on. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Adam Zivo. I am a journalist and a columnist with the National Post. I was the guy who essentially exposed the fact that safer supply drugs were being widely diverted and flooding our communities with opioids. Yeah. And it's interesting that we're talking on a panel about addiction myths and misconceptions, because when that reporting first came out, the main response that I got from the federal Liberals and the BC NDP was that this is disinformation, it's fear mongering, and that anyone who pushes this narrative is unscientific. And it was interesting to see so many Canadians buy into that information, sorry, that disinformation, and continue supporting an intervention that was quite disastrous. So joining us here today, though, we have Dr. Lynette Reeb. She, interestingly enough, was actually one of my first sources for this reporting. But when we first spoke, she was actually afraid to attach her name to any public criticism of safer supply. She feared the consequences of that, which I thought was quite concerning. So she was actually given a pseudonym, Dr. Yellow, but now here she comes with her full name. We also have Jenny Yang, and she is from the Responsible Drug Learning Association, which is an organization that began 2 years ago and does a lot of great drug prevention work in Richmond, specifically focusing on Chinese Canadians and new immigrant communities. Then we have Kevin Harris, who is a world-famous skateboarder who often works with youth to educate them about the dangers of drugs and gives them a sense of meaning so that they can focus on skateboarding and other productive activities rather than getting involved in street life. And then finally, of course, we have Dustin, who spoke with us earlier today. So before we go to Lynette, I'm just going to give a small note on, myths and misconceptions. And there are two particular things that come to mind. So on my end, I find that a major misconception amongst many Canadians is that the world of addiction medicine is united and that everyone agrees on which interventions are good and which ones are bad, and that if there is any disagreement, it breaks along partisan lines. And in the past 3 years of my drug reporting, what I've noticed is that there's a great diversity in terms of what people believe works. Some people are more harm reduction oriented, some are more recovery focused, but you really can't find consensus anywhere. And this was actually really poignantly illustrated in a recent conference. The Canadian Society of Addiction Medicine, they have their annual scientific conference, happens every year, and I think I'm the only journalist that goes to this event. And you can hear from the conversations with the doctors there how there's tension. In fact, one of the major themes this year was the need to respectfully engage across ideological camps because there has been so much bad blood between different people in the past 2 to 3 years. And none of this actually gets translated to the public. They all think that there is an expert consensus in support of this or that, and they don't realize that we should treat these things more critically. Now, when it comes to policymaking, one thing that I find is that the public often underestimates the intelligence of people who are in addiction, right? And they seem to think that just because you're addicted to drugs that you're stupid and somehow you don't know how to pursue your goals. And the fact is that, yes, addiction does hijack your mind and it makes you irrational in what you want to pursue, what your goals are, but you're still broadly able to rationally pursue those goals. And so when we see policymakers saying, well, we should just listen to people who are using drugs in terms of what the best policies are, and when they tell us that they want the free opioids, we should just trust them because they couldn't possibly lie to us. There's an element of infantilization there. And I think we need to stop infantilizing drug addicts and to remember that they are not always trustworthy when it comes to them advocating for what they want and how their interventions impact communities. And to acknowledge the fact that they are cunning is not necessarily to condemn them, but to acknowledge the fact that they are as intelligent as any other person. So that is my general approach to this. Lynette, what major misconceptions have you seen with respect to addiction and addiction policy?
Great, thanks, Adam, and hello, everyone. As an addiction medicine specialist, I still run into people feeling, even emotionally, like addiction's a moral failing, and that if only you can apply will, you could overcome it. And I think, hopefully a lot of that's been dispelled a lot in society, when actually addiction is a brain disease with biopsychosocial risk and protective factors. Addiction is both a preventable disorder and a treatable disorder. And we really need to do work in both of those areas in order to help the crisis that we have in our country. We don't just have an opiate crisis, we have a substance use crisis. Most of the people who are addicted in this province and this country are actually still working, still going to school. And alcohol, nicotine, and tobacco in various forms, nicotine, and cannabis are three most prevalent and legal substances. And right now, in terms of the biggest risk factor we have, is exposure. So it's the only thing necessary to develop an addiction is you have to have exposure. Everything else is a risk factor. So how much trauma you've been through, what your genetics are, all of these are risk factors if you're housed or unhoused. But the one thing that is necessary is exposure. And how much exposure you have, the potency of the drug you take, how frequently you take it, and how much of it you take, all determines those kind of things, how available it is, the cost of it, this kind of thing. So in Canada right now, we don't even have on our legal substances a way for the public to be able to understand what they're consuming. So we don't have the number of standard drinks written on the bottle of alcohol. We don't have the number of standard joints on the packages of cannabis people buy, or how many cigarettes are in the nicotine vape solution we have. So we need to start very simply, because alcohol, tobacco, and nicotine are our gateway drugs. People don't just wake up and say, I think I'll inject IV fentanyl today. Usually they have progressed from these other drugs. And the lower the age that you start use, the more likely you are to get addicted to that drug or to move on to other drugs of addiction because your dopamine system is dysregulated. And so right now in front of the Senate is Bill S-202, which is a bill put forth by Senator Brasseux in order to try to get health warnings labeling on alcohol. And as part of that bill, so it would be for cancer risk. As part of that bill, another suggestion is to label all alcoholic beverages with how many standard drinks are in the bottle and how many mils you need to drink to make one standard drink. And then Canadians can have the informed choice as to how much they drink if they're going to comply or not comply with guidelines. Right now we put out these great guidelines by the CCSA, the Canadian Centre for Substance Abuse, and many Canadians are learning about those, but they have no idea what they're actually drinking. And I'll give an example. If I had a gentleman in the office who came in and he had a tongue tremor, which you only usually get if you have quite a bit of withdrawal. You get tongue tremor. It's like he's at risk for seizure. But he thought he was only drinking about 3, maybe 4 drinks a night. But when I do his dose calculations, because he was drinking actually tall cans of 8% beer and not short cans, he's actually drinking over 8 drinks a night. And so that put him into the risk where he could have a seizure, this kind of thing. And when I just do the dose calculation and I explain it to him, he's really good. He actually could bring down his drinking, and then he stopped completely because he realized he had put his health at such risk. But we don't even have that basic thing.
And let's go to Jenny.
Yes, yeah, it works. Yeah, hello, thank you. Yeah, there are many misconceptions I have seen, and during the past 2 years, we have spoken face-to-face with nearly 2,000 people in our community through the events we could help organize. And there are 2 I want to share with you. One, the young people think that trying once won't hurt. But today, the street drugs, they are so fatal that maybe one dose, it would be the end of it. And we have seen a victim this year, a teenage girl. She's only 14 years old, and she spent $10 on street drug, just one dose. That's all. And second, we found that the laws is not carried out properly. I mean, in BC, the law bans companies for people, for children under 19 years old. But the children, many kids told me that they feel this law is not real because there are no consequences for both selling and using. And many children, they were approached on streets and even at the playgrounds. That's very, very concerning. And third, I just, I'm sorry, there are already 2 points. Yeah.
Okay, and let's go to Kevin. Tell us about your work with youth.
Yeah, and thank you so much for having me. And I know that was kind of last minute that I came up. So yeah, I can't believe my life where I'm at now. I was one of the top professional skateboarders in the world and traveled and rode for the best skateboard company in the world and traveled all over the place with guys like Tony Hawk. And now there's stuff that's done on my life in my 60s. There's a full museum here in Richmond that the city opened up based on kind of my career and my story. And I'd like everybody to hopefully get a chance to go through that because it's not just about me. What it is about is what created a community. So think about this for a second. In the 70s when skateboarding first started in Canada, so I started skating in 1976, my mom and dad allowed a bunch of teenagers to build a ramp in their backyard, which at the time, we didn't know what we were doing and how to build it, but now I know for sure it was one of the best in Canada and produced some of the best skateboarders in the world out of Richmond that went on and on and on still to this day that were producing top rated skateboarders. But this is a community that was created by a bunch of teenagers, and every single one of those people went on to be super successful, maybe not financially, but in life. And if we didn't have that as a community, and that's what this museum really represents, is what you can do to. I was, again, one of the top skaters in the world. I have never, ever done drugs and alcohol in my life. Never, right? And I try to put that out there as much as I can, but neither did anybody else who skated in my backyard. And we're talking hundreds of kids that came into my backyard. Now, if we didn't have that community, what would happen? So still to this day, I'm out there promoting, still involved on the Olympic Committee for skateboarding and on and on and on. I promote as much as I can to that 14-year-old, right? And even I'm doing tours at the museum all the time for that grade 6 level. And what I try to do is tell them, follow your passions, follow your dreams. Do not get involved with all the crap that you can find out there on your cell phone. Vape shops, the worst thing that we could ever done. It's like it's been talked about this whole time is the gateway. And if I can save one person's life, and I've just done that. We have a big horse farm in Ladner, and we took a kid off the street that was accidentally showed up to our property. He was living in the bathrooms, in heated bathrooms and stuff. Street kid, he'd be dead today if it wasn't for us and our family and Rick Diamond from Rick's Heart Foundation getting behind him, put him in John Vulcan's Academy, and he just graduated. He's been back on our property for 4 days. Different human, right? One kid that has the support and the community support that we've changed his life forever. He's cooking for us at night. He's got his room all organized. He's off cigarettes and drugs and alcohol, 21 years old. And if everybody just is part of this community, this can use that as something that it's one kid and a few people that got behind him. If the whole community starts getting behind people, and again, I think my biggest message here is these kids need something safe to go to in a community and environment. Skateboarding does have that kind of that cool factor. So even Dr. Azar, that I know really well, he was speaking up here. Guess what? When he has somebody that's a fentanyl user and they got 10 doctors to pick from, they're going to the cool doctor. The cool doctor is a good skateboarder. And it just happens, right? And I'm sorry to say, but that is part of it, right? That is part of why even a guy like Rick Diamond, who was sponsoring pickleball all these years, is now getting involved in skateboarding. Why? Because he's the guy in the street saving these kids and narking these kids. He's narked more kids than the fire department has in the province of BC. He's out there on the street level. But hey, I'm He's 18 years old. Guy's into pickleball. Oh, he's doing something with skateboarding. It's a different mentality altogether to get that the kid that now he's got that cool factor to go to. But no, this again, I appreciate all the time.
And let's go to Dustin. So Dustin, in your advocacy work, what are some common misconceptions that you often run up against with respect to drugs and addiction policy?
Well, just in regards to my personal story, when I went to the Rapid Access and Addiction Clinic to get off of fentanyl, they prescribed me a medication, Suboxone being one and Dilaudid 8s being the other. And what is meant to happen is the Dilaudid 8s are supposed to mitigate the opioids while the Suboxone kicks in so that the opiates no longer affected me. Well, the Dilaudid 8s did not mitigate my dope sickness. I stayed sick. So I went back to the Rapid Access and Addiction Clinic, and what they told me to do was to take these pills, take them to Main and Hastings, and sell them for fentanyl. So what happened was that when the fentanyl stopped working, I could feel the Suboxone kick in so I could let go of the fentanyl. And the other misconception is that I'd have to be on that medication for life. Well, guess what? I was on it for 3 months, done. It was 10 days of awkwardness, like I was going through a heavy flu, but nothing compared to going off of fentanyl cold turkey.
Let's go back to Lynette. So Lynette, there are some people who say that drug prevention just doesn't work. How often do you hear that narrative, and what is your response to it?
Well, like I said earlier, addiction is both a preventable and treatable disorder. There's two kinds of prevention. Primary prevention is helping people not initiate, and secondary prevention is helping people reduce or eliminate use. And both strategies are needed. So, and there's great evidence that these strategies work. There's all sorts of different programs that work. There are some being implemented here in British Columbia. And there's some things like the Foundry that helps with helping with secondary prevention, some primary prevention with youth, and helping to treat youth as well.
And just a follow-up question. So what is the depth of this evidence base, and what is the quality of the studies that we see here? Are we seeing RCTs? Are we seeing, just qualitative studies?
There's both, actually. Not a lot of Canadian data, actually, but it's mainly data from the States and other places around the world. But there are programs that are quite evidence-based that often for school-age kids, for example, that involve helping with emotional regulation, helping to bring parents in, explaining that using these substances is like acquiring mild traumatic brain injury for certain of these substances. So that kind of education, peer-to-peer education among youth, where someone who actively used to use and now is in recovery can speak to youth, and people who have chosen never to initiate can speak to youth. So there's peer models. All of these things have been shown to be really good. Yeah.
So Jenny, I want to ask you something about the Chinese Canadian community that you work with. So oftentimes drug legalization advocates claim that prohibitionism is inherently racist. And they often allude to the fact that early prohibition laws in the late 19th century and early 20th century were often targeted at Chinese immigrants. But from my understanding, from the polling data that I've commissioned in the past, and from the Chinese Canadian community leaders who I've spoken with, they very adamantly oppose that narrative. For you, from your work, what do you see on the ground?
I think, we, for our East Asian community, we really strong, we have a very strong feelings about the drug use. And it is very good for our community in as a whole group. But when we look at the individual videos, and there's a case that a mother crying, and he came to ask me, for solutions. His son was using drugs, but he denied it, and he couldn't. He didn't want to get help, and because he's so ashamed, and so because he denied it, and no doctors could help. So it's a kind of, we have tried to talk with the families and to tell them that this is a disease, and if you unfortunately become a victim, that you should have the courage to ask for help. That's something we're trying to share with our community.
Okay, and so for Kevin, When it comes to engaging with youth, what are some common misconceptions that you see? What are some strategies that people think works but don't act, but strategies that don't actually work, but people think that they're effective? And conversely, what are some strategies that people have given up on but actually turn out to be surprisingly effective?
So would the question be more like, what have I seen that takes those kids away from that? Yeah. Again, I guess I go back to how I see everything going forward with that 14, 15-year-old. If you can get them into something at a young age, I don't care if that's hockey, baseball, or whatever, and the support network around them. That's what I witnessed happen, firsthand for these kids. And then another comment I'd like to make is how bad the government makes decisions sometimes on what affects that 14-year-old or 15-year-old that can walk into a vape store and get the 18-year-old to walk in for him and get started on this. And this one quick good example of that, the government made skateboarding illegal in 1993 in every major city across this country. I'm in the business of selling skateboards. What do you think happened? Right? Now it's the coolest thing on the planet. Every 15-year-old wants to buy a skateboard. It doubled my business, right? From a stupid decision.
And Dustin, for you, what are some of the main misleading narratives that you see in BC when it comes to contentious drug policies?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What are some of the main misleading narratives that you see with respect to contentious drug policies in British Columbia?
Well, that there isn't already like simple access to safe supply. Like just me talking into my phone, I'm getting ads for every substance on the dark web on Facebook all of the time, right? And that's a safe supply that Dolph is claiming to buy is from the dark web. And I just get it on my phone, clean, uncut, and pure.
And for you, for the first year or two, people were saying this diversion crisis was not real, but you're someone who has lived experience and you saw what was happening. So how do you break through disinformation bubbles and educate the public about what's really going on in our communities?
Well, I tell my story publicly. I'm not ashamed of the addiction process that I went through and the recovery story that I go through. I share it very publicly on the downtown east side, on Facebook, everyone who meets me. I don't look at the word addict as a stigma or a shame word at all. And I do believe like what we're looking at today is like we're seeing sobriety become very, very popular. And I point to that quite a bit. We're seeing mocktail bars open up. We're seeing, because the stigma of what it's like when people get blacked out drunk is being filmed and put onto TikTok and being put on these other social media platforms, and it's becoming uncool. So having these things become uncool and then showing how to get back and actually deal with our emotions and communicate with one another and popularizing mentorship and getting together and community building is the actual cool that's going on.
So this question is open to everyone. So public myths and misconceptions are always based on a public understanding of addiction and of drug policies. And that, of course, is heavily influenced by the media. So what improvements would you like to see in Canadian media coverage of the addiction crisis? And I'm hoping that people can be as specific as possible here.
I personally think the divide between the left wing and the right wing isn't as far as we think. I think a lot of us are very center left and center right, but we're pointing at the extremes of one side versus the other, whereas anybody who has a child, whether you're left wing or right wing, wants what's best for their children.
I think this shouldn't be a political fight. We are all in this together. We all want safer, healthier communities. And we have to work together, have honest conversations like this and look for real solutions. And sorry, one more point. There's another conception I wanted to share that I think the media should clarify, because many report, I see this in many news that, we have prevention, but when you actually look into it, it's just the emergency response. I mean, emergency response is good, we have it, it's nice we have it to save people, but it's not equal to prevention education. Prevention is supposed to happen way before emergency happens. I think many professionals, they just get confused with these two concepts that I want the media, to clarify it for general people.
And for me, when I look at media reports, I appreciate when people are dissecting and analyzing an issue. What I don't appreciate is if the reporter or news program attacks the person saying it. So I think we should be able to criticize an idea without, character assassinating the person who's saying it, because as we've all said, we're all in this together. We're all trying to get to the same thing. And I think the example of that we had was with decriminalization. You could see certain newspapers or certain media outlets would really demonize decriminalization and certain would really promote it. And I think, I've been to Portugal a number of times and seen up close decriminalization and how it's done in Portugal. And as Dr. João Goulão says, who is the architect of the Portuguese model, decriminalization alone did not help overdose rates or crime or anything. It's linked to the recovery-oriented system of care, bringing people, the police could still bring people in for assessment because it went from a criminal offense to an administrative offense. People would be assessed face-to-face and then offered resources in addiction, mental health, housing, this kind of thing. And they had the resources immediately available to put them in to all of those areas. And so I think by demonizing decriminalization or lauding it, we missed the point, which is that if we want to do it, we should do it like the evidence shows, which is like the Portuguese model, not like we're doing it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's how I think we, society, and I'm trying to get there before the kid even gets involved in anything, right? And I think we've done a lot of things wrong. Like, back in the day, Nancy Reagan saying no, really, at 15 years old, are you going to listen to that, right? And I just want to point out what I've witnessed firsthand is if you ever get a chance, go to a guy named Andy Anderson. He's the next Tony Hawk. He's from here. I mentored him since the beginning. 5-6 years ago, before he came to the main stage and was in the Olympics, the Tokyo Olympics, and one of the best skateboarders in the world, kids did not wear skateboard helmets in skateboard parks, right? It was uncool. Andy Anderson, since he's been 4 years old, now 22, wears a helmet. Guess what? We're a skateboard distributor for Canada and all the major distributors around the world. We can't keep them in stock. And it's not that Andy goes, hey, wear a helmet because it's safe. He just wears it, right? And it's the same thing with us getting to those kids. You don't want to say, don't do drugs. You want them to go to people and to their peers and understand that that guy's clean. He's had a good, successful life without all that crap. Right? And that's what you need to get kids. So I'm not out there preaching to a 14-year-old, don't do drugs. I'm out there trying to educate that 14-year-old in my career that I've had, which I wouldn't change for anything. I've been financially successful, one of the best skaters, all that came with no drugs and alcohol. But I'm not going to preach that to the kid. I want that kid to look at somebody like me and go, okay, that guy did it without all that.
So we've got about 2 minutes left before we go into the Q&A. And actually, Lynette, I wanted to zoom in on the question of decrim. So you mentioned that it was misunderstood, that there were many misconceptions about how it actually worked. The model that we implemented was not at all like the model that was done in Portugal. There was a public misunderstanding of this policy. But what did we see amongst addiction experts and policymakers? Did they also misinterpret what Portugal had done?
I think those who knew a lot about it didn't misinterpret, but there's just so many people who didn't understand the model. And I think bringing it into British Columbia, it was a good try because, Portugal did lower their incarceration rates, their overdose rates, their homelessness rates, all sorts of things, their HIV rates. But what I think it was brought in as a legal policy to reduce incarceration, but they didn't understand that the key to it was actually that linkage to care, to healthcare, and help people leverage into that healthcare by bringing them into a face-to-face assessment. So I think that many healthcare providers understand that, but we have to put the resources in and have an umbrella so that you can move resources around and not have these gaps in care where someone does treatment and they go home to no care at all. They fall through the cracks, go back to where they were, or we haven't built out outpatient treatment as well, pain addiction and mental health and pain treatment. There's a lot of gaps that we have that Portugal and going on to work programs as well. Portugal put those in place initially.
Of course, I mean, in the years before decriminalization in Portugal, they invested an enormous amount of money into their recovery-oriented services so that you could access them on demand. And although they saw positive results initially, these outcomes began to deteriorate in the early 2010s following the financial crisis of 2008 when they cut all the funding. So, recovery matters. Investing to recovery matters. If you want to do decrim, you have to ensure that people have opportunities to get better. But for some reason, Canada didn't follow that route. So we finished the panel aspect of this conversation. Let's move to the Q&A. So I'll be receiving some text with some questions. We have not received any questions yet. So if anyone does want to ask anything, just send us a message. But I guess to follow up, so I asked you earlier about the beliefs of Chinese Canadians, but within the Chinese Canadian community, what culturally specific misconceptions about addiction do we see that would require a culturally tailored education program that is different from a general one?
I think some people, many people would, if you get addicted, your life is over, or this is a shame in our community that sometimes prevent the victims to look for help. I think that's something we are still working on, and we are trying to share this idea with the children that if you are really in trouble, you should be brave enough to ask for help. That's that's the real courage.
Now, one thing that I've noticed throughout this conference is the focus on ensuring that harm reduction and recovery can go hand in hand. And they're often framed as being opposites and as being incompatible. How do you think we can challenge that narrative that you can choose only one or the other, and push the public towards an understanding that these are just different tools within an expanded toolkit?
Well, one of the things that I did is Trey started a meeting at Ops. Trey Helton, who just passed away, he started a meeting at Ops at 144 East Hastings. And we get all the people from on-site to come over to there. So already, because of how we're dealing with things on the front lines, is that bridge between recovery and harm reduction is starting to naturally bridge itself.
I think we need, it's not a dichotomy. Harm reduction can be done at every phase along recovery. So when you're actively, let's say, injecting, you might need clean needles as part of your harm reduction journey. You might need to progress to be able to take medications that will help stabilize you. And then part of your harm reduction things that you might need might shift during that, but we need it through the spectrum as well. But not everything we label as treatment or as harm reduction actually work. And that's why we need evidence behind it. There are some things, public policies that we roll out that end up helping some part of the population, but harming others. And we have to be able to balance risks and benefits and know when to pull back a policy and when to extend a policy. So that's why research is needed.
We've received an audience question, and it goes, oh, just a moment. That just got lost. So can you give more specific examples of how the media hurts or helps drug recovery efforts?
Well, the example I gave, like if let's say a policy is brought in and then someone doesn't like it and then they lambaste the politician over and over again and demonize them, I don't think that's helpful. Instead, trying to have an evidence-based and intelligent conversation and showing them some of the risks and benefits, both through anecdotal report, but also through evidence, in order to humanize it, I think is more important than if you demonize, then you polarize people. They're less likely to talk to you. I have some clinicians, some doctors who we practice very, very differently, but they're still my friends. I still adore them. They're great people. And sometimes what might work in one population might not work in a different population. So you have to be careful. We all have our hands on the elephant at different parts of the elephant. So we may need to adjust policy for different areas. So I find when the media, like you can see the difference, like I'll use American examples so that we don't get too upset in Canada, but if there's Americans in the room, I know Kevin is, I gave up my citizenship, but because I was dual, but so if we look at, you know, how, let's say at least a couple of years ago, things are a little more balanced, but CNN and Fox News, let's say, and you know, you'd get one side just reaming on the politicians on the other side and vice versa. So how productive is that? You need to be able to have open conversations and get to the meat of the issue instead of politicizing.
Yes. Of course.
And sorry, Marshall Smith.
Yeah, this is Marshall Smith. He's the architect of Alberta's recovery-oriented system of care.
I think the biggest challenge that we have with the media, aside from the fact that, you know, they have their own biased views on a lot of this, is really simple, and it doesn't have anything to do with politics. The editors in all of our publications, whether that's television, print media, magazines, you name it, every single time I see an article about addiction, recovery, you name it, anything that has to do with this space, it invariably comes along with images of a needle and a spoon and a lighter, right? And veins and track marks and puddle-ridden downtown alleyways, okay? And while that is a very real thing for a segment of the population who are mainly not consuming that media, for the rest of the population, they are looking at that imagery that we have been habituated as a population goes along with this subject. And for people who have an illness that tells them they don't have a problem, it's very easy for somebody sitting on their couch in a condo in Coquitlam to look at that imagery and say, that's not me, I don't have a problem, right? And so they don't go on to seek help early because they don't relate to the imagery that they're seeing. So I guess my question to you and my point is, what is it that we can do to send the message to editors and the people who, because the journalists are not the ones that select that photo often that goes along with your story. How do we change that? Because it is so critical to change that, that piece.
So I would argue that this is a very difficult problem to solve, given the way that this ecosystem works. So if you're a larger paper, you might have a staff photographer who you can send to take photographs specific to an article. And in that case, if you talk to an editor, you might be able to encourage them to take photos that better reflect the diversity of addiction and of what addiction looks like. But for many publications, they rely on companies like Getty Images, right? Like basically stock photo companies or wire companies. And so they have a pre-existing bank of images that they can choose from, and they'll type in, you know, maybe addiction and drugs. And the images that most clearly evoke that concept will be the ones that are first shown to the editor. And they're going to choose that image because they want something that very effectively and quickly informs the reader what is being discussed, right? And so it creates a feedback loop because they choose the images that they know that their audience is going to be familiar with, but then the audience doesn't conceptualize addiction in any other way. So if you did want to shift that system, you'd have to try to lobby some of these companies that produce these images and license them out. But at the same time, it might be difficult to convince them to shift their practices if they believe that editors won't have an appetite for more subtle images that don't immediately scream, you know, addiction in the same way how a needle and spoon does. So it's difficult. And I think that one way to do that would be to incentivize the production of new forms of images using maybe some government funding here, because there's very little appetite for it otherwise. And I know it sounds strange, but we're in a situation right now where we're looking at all sorts of different ways to creatively address the addiction crisis. So I could see there being a case for that because it's not really that expensive to produce. But otherwise, I think that we might be stuck.
Just piggyback on what you said, Marshall, about editors influencing what a reporter might write. I was interviewed a number of years ago by a health reporter from the New York Times, who was doing a study on providing take-home doses of fentanyl to users at their request. So it was all about safe supply in the form of fentanyl take-home or fentanyl supervised, both, and as well as hydromorphone, but mainly they were focusing on fentanyl. And the reporter had cast about, and no one would talk to her about some of the potential problems and harms with that approach. Everyone was afraid to say anything. They had interviewed 20 people who were pro and couldn't find somebody, so they finally found me. So she said she just needed 15 minutes. She wanted just a sentence or two from me to, counteract the other. So it was just kind of like a straw man argument, I think, against what the thrust of the article was. But when she started to talk to me, there was so much that she didn't know about addiction. So she just kept asking questions. We were 4 hours on the interview. So many basic concepts as a media person, and she's the head of health for the New York Times, and she's a Canadian, Stephanie Nolan. She's brilliant, but she had so little understanding at that point about all the things, the issues. At least she pretended. Maybe she was just acting and trying to draw me out. I don't know. But we had this great 4-hour conversation. But most of what we said ended up on the editor's floor. What she quoted me in that whole 2-page article on all the benefits of IV fentanyl take-home without supervision was a half sentence, like a fragment sentence, and then she buttressed it, tried to counter what I said, quoting 2 studies that had nothing to do with what I said. They were about supervised, not unsupervised, which is what I was talking about. So she didn't, and I wrote to her, I said, thanks for including me, but you didn't, actually even know about the studies that you quoted against me, basically. So it was like, for media, if you're going to interview people, don't just use them as a straw man. If you really want to know about a topic, explore and then represent it fairly. That's what I have to say.
So we're just going to wrap up the panel, but I just want to make a closing remark with respect to media. I think one problem is that many journalists lack scientific literacy. So what they'll do is they'll look at a study and then they'll skip to the conclusion and report the conclusion as very confidently as fact. And they won't look at the underlying methodology. What's the sample size? Is it qualitative? Are there confounding factors that were addressed? And so we see a lot of bad health reporting, including addiction reporting, where studies are presented as being far more conclusive and far stronger than they actually are. And until we have better education on how journalists can dissect a study, I think we're going to continue to see many myths float around in the media and information environment. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today, and we'll move on to our next panel from here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Excellent panel, and actually the discussion of media very well welcomed as well. And we could have a whole conference on that too, as well as a discussion on Portugal. There's so much to do, but we are very excited for our last but definitely not least panel. I want to invite our panelists to come up, please. We have Deputy Howard Cho from the VPD, Grant Denton, Tom Wolf, Destiny Perillo. We're very excited to do this last panel, and I'll just say as people get settled, you are free to take a book. This is my book that just came out last week. Again, don't be fooled only by the American flag cover. There's a lot about Canada, and there's an entire chapter about Portugal because I spent some time there to really try and learn. How about that one, right? Is that, see? And we have Judy up here. We need one more chair, believe it or not. So Judy, you can take a seat, please. I spent a lot of time in Portugal and talked to the drug czar and the others working there, and there's a lot of misconceptions about what's happening in Portugal. So with that, we'll make sure we have the mics, and then without really further ado, really this this panel is really was focused on addiction and homelessness, but I think we can obviously talk about many of the issues here. We're joined by really a great group from both the United States and Canada with lived experience in this issue, both as people on the street, but also as people at 4 a.m. helping people on the street, as well as people ensuring public safety at 3 a.m. on the street. So I think it represents the panel very well. Maybe we could just go down the line. Judy, I'll start with you. You've worked in Vancouver for decades, really done incredible work. So thank you on behalf of just someone who lives there now, but working with people that most people don't want to work with. And you've been here today kind of hearing what various folks have had to say about housing and what's needed on the streets. How do you see the situation right now and what is actually needed? And we'll go down the line on that, but can start us off.
It's really hard. It's really hard. I've been retired now for more than a decade. And when I walk into the downtown east side now, my church is in the middle of the downtown east side. I'm heartbroken. I cannot believe that it got so much worse. Right? And at the same time, there are some things that are getting better, like our friends. The Operation Barrage had some success in the downtown east side, and I think most notably for me was the a big bus that was made in the West Hotel. And so I don't go walking into the West Hotel anymore. But what I can see every time I go past now is that huge cluster of humanity that has been clinging to the corner of Carroll and Hastings for past decade, almost, is dispersed. And there may be 7 or 8 people, mostly standing on that corner. They're not lying down. They're not clinging to the sidewalk. I don't think people understand how much of the problem that we're seeing in Vancouver, right across North America, is rooted in homelessness. If we go out right now and find a stray dog in front of the hotel, one of us is going to drop it off at the SPCA, where it'll be given medical care and they'll find it an adoptive home. If we go out and find a human being that's been on the street for the past 10 years, we're going to walk right past because there's really nothing to be done about that. Mm-hmm. And if we leave the dog in the street, it is going to become feral. If we leave the dog in the street, it is going to decompensate. It will become neurotic. It will become unhealthy. It will become hateful. What happens when you leave a human being in the street? Exactly the same things. So the bottom that we're working for now, or working from, is so much lower than it was 20, 30 years ago, when almost everybody at least had a place inside, at least to get out of the rain, at least to get a little bit of privacy. People have decompensated to a point that is so much lower. And it's a hard start.
What would you do, just keep on this, what would you do quickly now to sort of stop the bleeding and fix what's happening?
What
if you
I
could
would
do one or
do
two things.
very quickly right now is I would get people out of the street, get them into some kind of a structured environment. I would have supported housing, which was not under the Residential Tenancy Act. I would have supported housing that recognizes that supported housing is a parental model, and that is a good thing. It is for people who need parenting. It is not for people who can live in a managed building. It is, I would make sure that law enforcement had a big role with supported housing, a big friendly role. But it would, the people who are working in the supported housing are absolutely and utterly terrified. They are there with policies that mean that they can enforce absolutely nothing. They are there with policies that mean that they can't check in a room to see if somebody is dead. So people are dead for 2 and 3 weeks in a room in supported housing. The primary supports in my house are food and Wi-Fi. And if I have food and Wi-Fi, I'm a relatively nice person. And I think that's about the same for all of humanity, right? How can you call it supported housing when you don't have 3 meals a day in there? How can you call it supported housing when you don't have Wi-Fi? There are ways to keep people occupied and out of the street. As soon as you house them, the policing gets much easier, because if somebody is spending 8 hours sleeping and 4 hours eating in their homes, that's 16 hours that you don't have to police them, right? I mean, keep it simple. What's the expression? Keep it simple, stupid? Yeah, that's what I would like to say to government.
Deputy, from your chief, from your experience on the street and kind of what you've seen works and doesn't work, what do we need to do or continue to do to this sort of twin issue of addiction and homelessness that we're seeing in Vancouver?
Sure, I can, and I agree with much of what Judy has said here. I think, you know, and when I kind of dip back on some of your previous panels, if you ask how much we've moved the dial, minuscule amount. From a decade ago, from 15 years ago, I was in charge of operations for Vancouver Police Department up until a few months ago, and I moved over to a different area. But I'm telling you, we've moved at minuscule amounts. And a lot, and so much has been said today that is frustrating for everybody in this room. When we talk about housing, on supportive housing, what's that mean? Well, I'll tell you what that means. Supportive housing isn't having a 22-year-old clerk at the front counter at 2 o'clock in the morning when one of your tenants is smashing up the place. And it doesn't mean not having the outreach supports on mental health, on occupation, on health, on all these sorts of things individuals need 24/7. And I'll give you an example. The Lugot, which used to be Howard Johnson, used to account, and this was many of the people that were living there. It's only about 90 to 100 tenants that live in this place. Downtown Granville, we changed the neighborhood overnight. We moved people from Oppenheimer Park. When we decamped it, we put it into this building, and we called it full service supportive housing. It wasn't. And that one place, over multiple years, accounted for 1,000 police calls per service in that one place per year. Crazy. That means for every time we're calling the police, 2 officers are showing up for a minimum of half hour. And when you've got your place getting broken into, when you got a robbery in progress, guess what? We're tied up here. And this is exactly what we're seeing. And when you're dropping in these supportive housing in the neighborhoods, a block away, 2 blocks away, you're changing that landscape of the neighborhood. And that's exactly what happened. So there's so many areas when we talk about diagnosis. I agree with you on homelessness. Generally speaking, it's dual diagnosis. You got the mental health issues coupled with the addiction, substance abuse issues, and that's what we're seeing. And we're seeing the hostility, the violence, and everything else associated to it. So mandatory care, I'll say this at any podium, I'll say this at any room, is that if you think this is not the most humane way of dealing with it, spend a day in our shoes. You think at 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody who doesn't have the wherewithal to get out of the rain, get into shelter, and is standing there without any shirt or jacket on, and the best thing we can do is leave him there or her there, that's crazy talk. Like I'm telling you, mandatory care matters to that small percentage up top that need it the most. Because guess what? If we put them in an institution, it's still a heck of a lot better than us putting them in jail. And this is what we're stuck with.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Well, Grant, you lived it. You lived it. And you come here kind of as an observer. I know you've spent a lot of time in the downtown east side. For someone who's not from here, how do you see how we're going to get out of this mess over here? What do we need to do?
Well, from my experience, I said I'm in recovery, and I'm in the business. So I operate a shelter. We have outreach teams. I have a treatment center that we operate. We have programs for foster kids where we train them in the gym, programs for people in recovery. And what you definitely need is boots on the ground and an ecosystem of tiered mobility. It's about programming. It's about working with people. When you're on the streets, when you're living on the streets, homeless and addicted, nothing's consistent. Your housing isn't consistent. Your work isn't consistent. Relationships aren't consistent. But one thing that shows up is dope. Every time I shot up, I got high, and every time I drank, I got drunk. So if you're going to create a program, you have to create a program that has people that are as consistent as dope, right? We have to show up. We're in the people-growing business. We're in the people-growing business. If we just, I think a lot of models don't have faith in human potential. I believe in people, or else I wouldn't do this. There's this. Let me share a story real quick. When I got clean, about a year into it, I got my sons back. Asher was 7 and Roman was 4 years old. When they moved in with me, they were the craziest kids. I thought there was something wrong with them. They wouldn't sleep. They fought all the time. They didn't eat when I told them to eat. They were nuts. So I took them to a counselor and to see what their disease was. And one of them, Asher went in and he spoke to her, and he came out, and Roman went in and he spoke to her, and he came out, and then she says, "All right, Dad, it's you." And so I came in, and she says, "Well," and I'm rehearsing I'm not going to put my kids on Adderall speech, and she was like, "The problem is you." I was like, "What do you mean?" She was like, "These aren't your roommates, and they're not even your kids. These kids belong to the world. Kids belong to the world. And if you don't prepare them for the world will give them back to you. They'll give them to the streets, they'll give them to an institution, or they'll give them to the morgue. So your only job is to prepare these kids for the world." And I take that with me when I'm working with folks on the streets. And I know that when we're doing these programs, the idea is that we create a model, create a system that models the system we want them to succeed in. So when we work on the streets, we put systems in place. We put rules in place, and we hold people accountable. We do this on the streets, and we do this in programming, because the real world, unfortunately, don't give a shit how you feel. But I do, a little bit. We want to prepare you for that. One thing that we notice for sure is that I definitely believe in folks. And I think that our programs should model that, and that we got to give people an opportunity to grow. When you work with people like we work with people, you're not just giving this addict back their life. We're in the people growing business. Our product is a human, and our customer is the community and their family and their kids. And I think that's the gig. I think we have to believe in people more. One quick thing: when I spent 10 years homeless and addicted to meth, and in and out of the system, the judicial system. And when I got off the streets, I was really excited. You have that crazy recovery energy. Like, I'm going to start a business, man. I'm going to get my kids back. I'm going to do all this stuff. And then reality hits. You're like, shit, man, I don't have any real skills. I've been addicted and on the streets for so long. What am I going to do? And what I learned, and this is why I have hope in drug addicts and people, because we got that crazy ass drug addict energy. Any drug addict, right? We got that crazy energy. And if you can't get rid of something, you make it work for you. And I identified that living on the streets and being a drug addict gives you a specific skill set. They call it the misfit economy, right? When I was living on the streets, I was resourceful. I'd wake up with no money, still get high all day. I was resilient. I'd take a beating, but still keep coming back. And I was a risk taker. I was a calculated risk taker. I knew that if I committed this crime, the risk was that I could do this much time. But I also knew, so I balanced it against the reward. And these three things would see to it that I'd become a successful social entrepreneur if I pivot them in the right direction. And so I know we can do that with our folks. Every time I work with an addict, I see me, there goes me, right? And that's what it is. We just need more programs. We need more people. We need more boots on the ground.
Thank you so much, Grant. Appreciate it. So Tom, you also have a little bit of experience on the streets from San Francisco, sort of. If there's one American city, I think that kind of mirrors the little bit of the culture and history and geography as Vancouver, I would say it's San Francisco. Obviously, really ground zero and a hub for addiction and crime in the United States. We'd love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, so like Grant, I spent some time homeless, not as long as you. I'm in recovery from heroin and fentanyl addiction. I got clean the old-fashioned way. I actually had to go to jail because of my behavior. The crimes I was committing on the street to support my addiction landed me in jail. I was given harm reduction in jail. They gave me Suboxone on a 5-day taper to kick the heroin and fentanyl withdrawals. And I've been clean and sober ever since, after going to a 6-month residential treatment program at the Salvation Army down in San Francisco. So the thing is that in recovery, what I found in the recovery community, at least in San Francisco, is that a vast majority of the people in recovery are clean and sober today because they were held accountable for their actions. They didn't wake up and have the aha moment. They had to be given a choice. You're either going to go here or you're going to go to rehab. Those are your choices. And so for a long time in San Francisco, we employed kind of a permissive harm reduction model as our drug policy. And what's interesting about harm reduction is that I recognize that it's a set of tools. I recognize that it's a set of tools, but our goal and our policy must be recovery. So what happened in San Francisco and what's different about everywhere I've been all around the world is that every place you go has a different definition of harm reduction. Okay? So in Vancouver, the definition of harm reduction is safe supply, supervised consumption sites, decrim. Those are 3 definitions within that. You go to San Antonio, Texas, the definition of harm reduction is that we'll let you drink a little wine and beer, but definitely no foil and pipes and straws. Like absolutely not, right? And then you come to San Francisco and it's been all over the place. We ran an ad in 2020 where we spent $2 million, the Department of Public Health spent $2 million on an ad that said no overdose, KNOW overdose, and it had a group of 5 homeless people on the street, one guy with a tourniquet around his arm about to stick a needle in it, and everybody was smiling at him like, hey, good times. And they said, use with friends. And so while the messaging might not have been so bad, the imagery was horrible and sent the absolute wrong message to children. And so we got them to take that down, and they eventually admitted that they screwed up, right? That was probably the peak of like the most dysfunctional drug policy that you can imagine in San Francisco. That cascaded into a sea change in our city, where you saw the rise of a recovery coalition in our city. I'm one of the leaders of that recovery coalition, where we just passed an ordinance in April of this year to change our official drug policy in San Francisco from harm reduction to recovery first. We elected, we supported and helped get elected a mayor who's pragmatic in his approach to drugs, where his focus is now on recovery. They replaced the director of public health with someone far more pragmatic in our city. And the city just funded and opened its first city-funded clean and sober shelter with 60 beds, run by the Salvation Army, believe it or not. A city-funded, not a private-funded. The city's paying $8 million a year for it. And guess what? It's full. with a friggin' wait list. And these are people walking off the street addicted to drugs. They're actually willing to put the dope down to get inside, right? And guess what? It's not only working so good, it's working better than our permanent supportive housing in our city, where this year, 30% of all of our drug overdoses in our city are happening now in permanent supportive housing. We actually extrapolated the data from the county medical examiner and found out where everybody's dying. Okay, so when you put a drug addict inside of an apartment or an SRO, all by themselves with their fentanyl, you isolate them. That's the most dangerous thing you can do to someone struggling with addiction. And what happens? They die, right? So for me, what I found is that, we can argue all day long about policy, drug policy, but drug policy itself is inherently biased because it's halfway fueled by emotion anyway, instead of just evidence. You got people writing peer-reviewed papers about harm reduction and drug policy, but then you look at their credentials and they've supported supervised consumption sites for 20 years. So are they actually not biased? Of course they're not. So I'm really proud of the direction that San Francisco is turning. We recognize harm reduction is a set of tools, but we've changed our entire focus towards recovery. And in order to get out of this problem, we need to actually change our policy, which means we need to change the leadership that's making those policies. And that requires advocacy and activism from all of us in the community to make that happen. Thank you.
Thanks. Before we get to Destiny, just a follow-up. I mean, what was the, because it's an interesting lesson for Vancouver. The turnaround in San Francisco has been remarkable. And I kept having to update my book to my publisher's chagrin, because I said, wait, something's changing in San Francisco. I need to add it. They just, recalled the district attorney. And then it was, actually, they just elected another mayor, and then they just funded this clean and sober facility. Things were changing so quickly. What was that inflection point? Was it simply citizens saying enough is enough and putting the political pressure? Was there some event that happened? Was this a long time in the works? What was the thing that really started the domino effect?
We went, how can I put it, politically, we went a little too far to the left with the election of Chesa Bodine as our district attorney, whose parents were part of the Weather Underground domestic terrorist organization, like that, right? And he started basically coming out saying that the organized drug dealers that operate on our streets in San Francisco are victims, and that they should not be held accountable. That was the beginning of the end of that entire movement, right? That very moment right there. And then after that, the recovery community in San Francisco stood up, and we're like 1,000 strong, and we organized and we helped engage everybody in the community that's been kind of apathetic towards this through advocacy, through social media, having rallies. We held a recovery summit in our city. We engaged the community to come out. So we did our part as the recovery community to stand up and let our leaders know that what we're doing is killing people instead of helping them, and that the key to ending all this is actually independence by getting people clean and sober and into recovery so that they're not dependent upon the city and the state living in supportive housing, where we spend in San Francisco $450 million a year on rent subsidies alone for the chronically homeless, okay? Though that they're independent, working, paying their own rent. That's what you want. You can achieve that by getting clean and sober and getting into recovery.
Great. Destiny, you and Dustin are obviously wonderful vocal advocates in telling your story and sort of what we need in Vancouver, but how do we build that recovery movement here in the Metro Vancouver area? We obviously, there's been some wonderful work that Giuseppe Ganci and others have done, throughout the province, which has been great. But how do we get, especially in Vancouver, more of those voices out there? What do we need to do for that to happen?
So I'm by no way an expert. I am one addict with an opinion and a very loud voice. So I understand why we don't want to listen to people who are in active addiction. But when I was in active addiction, I wouldn't have listened to any of you. I would have told you where to go, where to shove it, and leave me alone. But now that I'm in recovery, I can listen to you and I can tell you what I needed as an addict. I'm not that far away from my addictive lifestyle. I was an addict from the time I was an 11-year-old kid to the time I was 27. I'm only 31. turning 32, right? So what Vancouver needs, I think, is more comprehensive education at a level of which can get people into more meaningful jobs, more meaningful lives, have desire, have dreams, and have goals. I'm a big believer in education first, and education shouldn't ever cost money, and that's very controversial. But the idea is we want more doctors, we want more lawyers, we want more aeronautical engineers, we want marine biologists. But if we don't tackle addiction as a whole, and it's not just substances, it's phones, it's video games, it's those risk-taking behaviors that really drive us into that dopamine crutch. And if we don't give people drive and purpose other than I can make money going on YouTube or playing video games and doing, these things, that eventually you need to stay up later, right? So what does that lead you to? Caffeine. Well, caffeine only works so far before it stops being effective. What works after that? Well, you start getting street Adderall. What is Adderall? Methylphenidate. You start taking methamphetamines, and then it leads you to the street where you're always going to get fentanyl. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always going to be fentanyl. So having education is my number one priority for everyone, whether it's from mentorship, whether it's from post-secondary schools, whether it's from more comprehensive GED programs. Is it called GED in Canada? Sorry, I grew up in the States. But the other thing is long-term care for those who are disabled. So I am a disabled person. I have chronic vertigo, endometriosis, and a whole slew of mental health concerns due to traumatic upbringings. My vertigo is so bad, I get it 2 to 3 times a day and I have to walk with a cane. Today is actually a pretty good day and I see a specialist tomorrow. But if it wasn't for disability advocates to help me get that disability designation, I would still be homeless. I was living on couches, in trailers. I was living in hoarding rooms. I have moved over 50 times in 31 years. That is not an exaggeration. We counted it out. And every time you move, that is a severe trauma. That is akin to losing someone in your immediate family. It is a severe trauma every time you move. So think of how those homeless people are. They're going through severe trauma every day because they're always moving. They have no security and no future. Why wouldn't you want to do the drugs? We have to make the drugs to prevent them not look desirable. We need alternatives. The alternatives is, I think, and I want to go back to the media for a second, is stronger regulation of what we can show in the media, especially when we're what was that show that just came out about all those kids doing drugs with Zendaya? Do you know how many people ask me about how to get and what are the effects of those drugs? I didn't watch the show because it was triggering. People told me it was like Skins, and I was like, no, Skins had a good message at the end of the season. This one did not. So yeah, we need care. We need comprehensive education. And it can't be like the DARE program. I grew up in the States, we did DARE, and there was no accountability for your actions. A lot of kids have no accountability. The whole bullying stops with me. Well, it doesn't, because we're still bullying online. We're still bullying in I guess video games are online, but we're still bullying in schools. That creates trauma, which creates more drug use, which creates isolation, which creates homelessness. So we need accountability for people's actions, and we need more severe consequences for violent offenses for children. And I hate saying that because they're children, but if a child brings a knife to school and is threatening to stab or threatening to bomb the school, causing everyone to go into lockdown, something needs to happen, because one of those kids is going to be so triggered by it that they're going to seek drugs and alcohol. It starts with our children. And we can start with the people on the street today by funding programs that know what they're doing. Like, I work for the Aboriginal Front Door Society, and they provide bins for people who live on the street so that their stuff doesn't get stolen during the day, or their most valuable items aren't getting put in the sweeps. When you have nothing, $5 isn't going to buy you an IKEA sectional. Okay. It may buy you a meal, it may buy you some dope. But if you have nowhere to store your belongings when you live on the street, or you have a pet, which is your only thing in this world, it really limits your options on where you can go for treatment. I stayed addicted for a long time because I couldn't be separated from my cat. I didn't want to go into a treatment facility. I didn't want mental health help because my cat was the only thing that mattered to me. So when we don't fund places that provide some support, because then they talk to our outreach people, right? They talk, they get in, they get coffee, they talk to the people in Aboriginal Front Door Society. We get them into housing, we get them into treatment, we get them into these places where it's important, where they feel important enough to survive and thrive in the end. So thank you.
Appreciate that. I want to, so we have a few minutes left, and so for questions, please feel free to send them over. But one of the questions was sort of about this housing first versus shelter first debate, discussion that's going on in terms of what is the priority and how should we prioritize it here in Vancouver. Judy, we can start with you and then go.
Well, given that we don't have an empty bed in a shelter, and given that we don't have an empty room in the housing, it's a bullshit debate. Like, I'm not going to play. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So if you look at, so doing outreach, I can tell you right now that I can look at your tent and tell you what your apartment's going to look like. Just it, not that guy. Right? So knowing that, like, and what are the tiers of getting out? Like, first of all, there's cultural adjustments that have to take place before you put somebody in a housing setting. What makes sense on the street for survival mechanisms will see to it that you fell in the housing bubble. One thing is conflict resolution. When you're on the streets, if you have an issue, don't negotiate with them because you're a mark. You'll get rolled. You have to fight. You have to get loud, right? And you have to make somebody fear you. We all know this when we're on the streets, and you have to engage that way. But when you get into the work bubble, they'll see to it that they push you back out of that bubble into the street. So there's small tiers of things that have to happen, and it's a cultural adjustment. And it starts with street culture. That's what we do. I have teams on the street that manage street culture, that make sure that we don't set up tents, that make sure that we don't use on the streets, that make sure that we're staying mobile. And once I can get you to follow the rules on the streets, then I can get you to follow the rules in the shelter. Once I get you to follow the rules in the shelter, then you're in a place where we do what we call a homeless triage. We identify why you're here, what your gig is. Is it, are you a senior and you're priced out of your benefits? Do you have mental health? Are you developmentally disabled and intellectually disabled? Do you have autism? Is drugs just, are you self-medicating, or are you just an addict that's developed a mental illness? There's so much. Or can you be employed? And now we got to teach you work ethic, work etiquette, conflict resolution skills, communication skills, and time management. All these things. There's a lot that goes on. But if you want to increase capacity at a shelter, you do what they call a gap analysis by identifying who you have, identifying what programs you don't have. And this is bigger picture, right? Identifying what programs you don't have in the community, and then you fill that gap. Right. And that's it. Like, again, we're in the business of people growing. So yeah, I say it's street level all the way up to the shelter, but you don't put somebody in a house. It's not what you get. It's what you can keep. And if you put somebody in a house over and over and over, if you put someone in a house that doesn't have the capacity to keep it, what's going to happen? You're going to lose the house. And you may have gotten them an eviction, which may make it harder for them to be housed later. Right. So if you put them in a house and they lose the house, and they put it and they lose it, and they get it, and they lose it, and they get it, and lose it. To the individual that's homeless, it makes more sense to be successfully homeless than it does to suck at being housed. And we do that. That's the precursor for depression, is when we put somebody in a situation that they're not prepared for. So it falls on us to set up programs to grow the humans.
Yeah. Look, a lot of the issues around housing first is around money. Okay. It's in money and policy. So I'm a big believer in changing policy so we can change how the money gets spent. How many different ways are there? Can you become homeless? There's 100 different ways you can become homeless. Why are we then saying the solution to homelessness is this one monolithic thing, permanent supportive housing, as the solution, where we not only dedicate all our money to it, but we defunded shelters so that we could actually create, dedicate all the funding to permanent supportive housing. So now we've made the waiting room the street for people, where you have to wait 10 years until that apartment building is open over there, where only 400 of you are going to get into that apartment building. Oh, and by the way, in Los Angeles, it costs $650,000 per door to put up that apartment building. So then you have to think about cost, right? So really, we can talk about the philosophical boots on the ground. Grant and I have both been there. We know it. I've decided to focus on the policy and how the money's spent and how we need actual legislation, whether it be Canada or California or Oregon or Washington. But I can tell you what, on the west coast of the United States, California, Oregon, and Washington, we have 48% of the nation's homeless in those 3 states alone. And what is the policy that they employ? They employ their own even stricter version of Housing First than what the federal government requires. And now the federal government under the Trump administration is pivoting away from Housing First so that 70% of HUD funding is going to be for transitional housing. So we're about to find out how that's going to affect the actual dollars and the legislation that's in place in those 3 states on the west coast of the United States. And it'll be very interesting to see what happens.
And the idea is to use these taxpayer dollars to create taxpayers. It's the end game. Right? We're using these taxpayer dollars to create taxpayers. There's a SROI in it, a social return on investment. Right? I believe in our product.
Yeah,
So
if
does Tom.
you get people clean and sober and get the workforce development and back in, the goal is to get them reintegrated into society, not to be dependent upon the state forever. That's not sustainable. But that's the environment that we've created because everything is low barrier and everything is. It's your choice if you want to do drugs. And then on top of that, we don't want to have any kind of enforcement or interdiction for people that are selling drugs to the people that are in that position. So we're like literally caught in this washing machine that we can't get out of without actually changing legislation. So it was really good that you had elected leaders here today talking about something different. It was very surprising for me to hear some of the stuff coming from actual elected leaders in British Columbia that wasn't kind of a more permissive form of harm reduction. So it's gratifying.
I was going to say, I think we're asking the wrong question when we're asking about shelter versus housing. I'm going to use my husband as an example. My husband was homeless for 5 years. He never spent a day in a fucking shelter. They're gross. They're mismanaged. They're disgusting. You get bed bugs. You get lice. You can't bring your stuff in. You can't bring your animals in. You don't get mental health care. They're violent. People are getting raped. Like, these are the things that people come to us. They ask us about shelters. And I go, I don't know. I was never in one because there's a stigma about it, even among us homeless people. Where we hear the horror stories. I have friends in a shelter right now, and it's horrible. Their food has maggots in it. And that's the food that they're given by the shelter. So we're asking the wrong questions. We're asking, can we have government-funded shelters or private-funded shelters? We should be asking, the question should be, how can we have community support to have communal housing? These people need to be reintegrated into society with love, dignity, and respect. And a shelter is not love, dignity, and respect, and it's not compassionate.
Okay, Chief.
I'm just going to pull away a bit on that. If you're to say how, in my opinion, can we fix what's going on? I think we need better coordination. We've got all these 5 separate ministries going in their own disparate ways, trying to fix the problem. And everybody's well-intended. And at the end of the day, there's not one neck to choke if something screws up. And I think that's one of the big issues that we got. Resourcing. There's lots of money out there. There's lots of money in that 6 block by 3 block area called the downtown east side. I think exactly what Grant's saying. There's some amazing programs out there. And I think it needs more efficiency in terms of what we're doing. And this is exactly what we're seeing. I think Destiny nailed it in terms of the shelters that are out there. We see this all the time. And no wonder people want to be on the street. When you're 35 degrees inside your SRO, no dogs, bed bugs, all that sort of stuff, scared of what's going on and the crime and violence. No wonder that's going on. There's lots of really good housing providers, but guess what? There's lots of crap ones as well. And I think that's what we need, is that efficiency, putting the resources where it matters. Task Force Barrage, I thought was, and probably patting ourselves on the back, I thought it was a brilliant task force that we created 8-9 months ago, had some amazing success, dealt with everything that we talked about displacement, numbers went this way. In the downtown east side, numbers went this way. About inside, talking to community, we addressed those issues. I thought it was a really good job, but guess what? $5 million and it was gaslit. $5 million for an $8 million, or for a 9-month project, really in the big scheme of things is chump change when we're bearing over $1 million a day on social services in that small footprint. And you're not gonna, and I've heard things on the news, and I'll finish off with this, is that drives me nuts, is that sure, the police aren't gonna fix the problems, and this is, again, not about propping us up, but we're part of the solution. And when we're having all these things stood up without any consultation and not bringing us into the picture, I just don't know anybody else who's out there at 24/7 in the laneways dealing with what we're dealing with, and seeing some of the human misery and the humanity issues out there. And to not bring us up, I think, is a big gap that's happening. I'll stop.
No, I think that's a great way to end it. Unfortunately, we do have to end because we are way over our time. We thank everybody for waiting and being patient with us. We could, again, be here all day, and maybe next time we will. We do this on a short, really no/shoestring budget with 1 or 2 essentially anonymous donors who are give their time and their resources. But it takes a lot more. So if you are able to help, there are pledge cards. You can return them to any of our staff here, anybody that's here, Brendan and Iman, Luke, we're all here, myself. And if you if you'd like a book, please, that's your gift for being here. And if you have other ways in which you'd like to see us grow, we have opportunities for volunteering, for board volunteering, for sort of other community volunteering, communications, advocacy. There's a lot of room here. But you know who you are. For those that have been the small and mighty group to help us out, we thank you very much. And I want to thank the panel, our final panel, which was definitely last but not least. We're going to do this again. We'll see you hopefully first half of next year. And you can follow us, prosperca.org, as well as on Twitter and all the other platforms. And really do want to thank the staff of the Foundation for the Drug Policy Solutions, which has a global footprint and really has helped stand this up at Prosper today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.